The Radical. Fundamental principles of freedom, rational self-interest, and individual rights. This is the Yaron Brook Show.
All right, everybody, welcome to Yaron Brook Show on this December 31st, last day of the year. Happy New Year, everybody. And 2024 is over. It was an incredibly eventful year. We'll go over some of those events today. It was a lot was going on. We had some great shows. It was the year in which Yaron Brook Show was most listened to ever, in terms of just hours of listening, was huge. Everybody's impressed by my nice shirt that my wife encouraged me to wear. I was just going to wear my regular shirt, but it's a special event, so so yeah, looks good. No tie, never a tie, only at Cambridge. If you watch my debate at Cambridge, the video of the debate at Cambridge, I wore a black tie. I was supposed to wear a tuxedo, refused to wear a tuxedo, wore a white shirt with a black tie. Next time I might not even do that. But anyway, yeah, I mean, 2024 is going to be officially over in a little while. 2025 begins. 2024, not the worst year. You know, they've been worse. Although the election certainly puts a dark spin on it. But let's hope and work for a significantly better 2025. Oh, Skyler, you've just complicated my life. How many questions can I ask for $500? But you've already done the $500. How are you going to ask the questions now? This is very, you've created real complexity here. You can ask as many questions as you want for $500. We'll see how we operationalize this. The nice thing about Super Chat is it saves the questions for me so I can see them all. I'm not sure how we're going to do that now. Can you ask like $1 questions at this point? I don't know. Steve says he doesn't listen to this live. He usually listens to this after the fact at 1.5 times speed. So I am super slow right now, speaking at normal speed. So yes, I know the feeling, Steve. I listen to books on tape. I don't know how you do 1.5. 1.5 is a lot. It's fast. I use 1.25, 1.3 for most of the stuff. And when I hear a book now read at just 1, it like drives me nuts. Why are they so slow? By the way, just so you know, I have no power. Power is out in Puerto Rico, especially for New Year's Eve. Basically, I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, went to the bathroom, and boom, lights go out. And they've been out since, and we're told that they will be out for 24 to 48 hours. So we probably will not have electricity from the grid until 2025. So this is a remnant of 2024 here in Puerto Rico. Luckily for me, luckily for you, luckily for all of us, we have a generator, a big diesel generator that is powering this computer and the lights. And I think the relays for my high-speed internet that get to the building all have backup battery power. So they are all working. So we have normal internet, but for the people who don't have backup generators right now in Puerto Rico, for the businesses that don't have backup generators in Puerto Rico, it's pretty bleak and sad and pretty pathetic. Nobody knows exactly the cause, but there you go. We're out. Anyway, today we are, in addition to me kind of reviewing 2024, we will also be raising money for the show. And as you know, the show, the money that is raised, whether through Patreon, PayPal, Subscribestar, Super Chat, and the rest, is what has happened here, is made possible. All that money is what makes the show possible. It doesn't exist without the show. The show doesn't exist without your support, your financial support. Your financial support is essential to keeping the show going. So we do an annual big fundraiser, although fundraising goes on all year round on every single show, as you know. Today, it's particularly ambitious. We're trying to raise $15,000, which I think will beat last year's $13,000 goal, which we made fairly easily. So hopefully we can make it this year. I think to get to 15,000 is basically it's 30 people coming in at 500. 30 people coming into 500, or 150 coming in at 100, or some combination of the above. But of course, happy for you guys who are doing $1, $2, $5, $10, $20, and so on. Every bit helps. Every bit gets us to the goal, and of course helps sustain the program more broadly. We've already raised quite a bit of money offline, off of YouTube's super chat. We've raised about $4,300. So let me just thank William Stewart for $500, Robbie for $1,000, Barbara for $500, Volta for $100, Renat for $1,000, Matthew for $1,000, Luca for $100, Daniel for $100. So thank you guys. Really appreciate that. So we will take all of that into account. Although for the super chat purposes, I'm going to leave it as 15,000. It's just a nice round number, don't you think? And it'll be great if we can raise 15,000 on top of the 4,300 we've already got. By the way, though, if you do want to contribute, but you'd rather not do it on super chat, if you'd rather do it on PayPal, you can go right now, as Michael just did. Michael Fernandez just did, and he just did $500 offline. So thank you, Michael. So we're now at basically $4,800 offline, and we're chugging away at the goal. So thank you, guys. Wes says he sent $500 on PayPal over an hour ago with his proper name. Proper name. Oh, I see. That's William. So you're William. Okay. So thank you for the extra 100, Wes. That's fantastic. That's great. Okay, so we are chipping away here systematically, which is great. So I really appreciate that. And I think as we go through the next few hours, because the show will be a long show, we'll probably be adding quite a few people. We're now at about 100 people watching on YouTube. And I think that'll fluctuate up and down over the next few hours as more people come. But let me start by thanking Action Jackson, who got us going, and then John, who did 500, and Skylar 500. And I'm still trying to figure out how to get Skylar's questions, but we'll figure that out. And then Ian, John, and Wes each doing 100, and Jennifer 50, and then we've got a bunch of 10, 20s, and 5s. So thank you, everybody. We are slowly moving in the right direction. So that is great. All right. So 2024, I think, was characterized, I'd say, by quite a few big, substantial events, negative and positive. We had a lot of elections. We had, of course, the U.S. election, which we'll talk about in greater detail. We had elections in the UK, in France, in India, in Mexico, in Venezuela, and several other countries. But all of those meaningful elections, Venezuela, kind of a pseudo-election, but somewhat of an election. The Israeli war took a dramatic turn this year. We ended up last year with the consequences of October 7th, the beginning of Israel's incursion into Gaza, and the Hezbollah's attacking Israel in the north. But it was just the beginning. It looked pretty weak. I'm still pretty critical of what Israel's done, but they've done a lot more than I would have expected. Israel war played a huge role. We did a lot of shows on it. I think probably the show that had the most hours watched, maybe ever in the history of the Yaron Brook Show, and maybe the longest show in the history of the Yaron Brook Show, was a show I did the night Iran attacked Israel for the first time. I think it was in April. And we went live just as the attack was starting, or just as rumors of the attack were spreading, and we stayed on through the entire attack. I think it was well over 4 hours, close to 5 hours. I think I actually have the number here. One second. Let's see if we can find it. No. Yeah, War with Iran. Hours watched. It was a total over 1,353 hours watched of that episode. 3,000 views, but people stuck with it, and because it's a long show, the average viewership was very, very high. And yeah, I mean that show. The second show that got the most views was another show on Israel's war, and then and that was no, that's 2023. So 2024, the show that got the most views by far. Not the most views, the most hours watched was The War with Iran, as it happens, the live show. Right. All right, so so we got war in Israel. We'll talk about the war in Ukraine. Wall Street, what a year. What a year. You think anybody's going to give, who's going to get credit for this year? It's 2 years in a row, a phenomenal performance on Wall Street. We got a major antitrust case. We've got, of course, the killing of the CEO of United Healthcare. Jimmy Carter just died. At some point, we need to do a Biden legacy. Maybe we'll save the Biden legacy for when he leaves office in a few weeks. This is the year of Argentina. This is the year of Milei. Last year, he got elected, but it was still unsure what would happen. This is the year in which he showed what would happen. China, we'll talk about how this year affected China. And then on the good news side, I mean, SpaceX catching the thing, the booster rocket, that was like unbelievable, amazing. AI taking off, Bitcoin becoming an ETF and going to 100,000. I wish I had some. Paris Olympics were phenomenal, right? So those are some of the stories for the year. We'll talk about them. I'll also, of course, answer your questions, and we'll do a combination of those things. We'll answer questions. We'll go to the year in review. We'll go back and forth, and we'll see where this takes us, and we'll see how long we have to be here in order to get to our goal. We are now $2,000 into the fundraiser. We still got, close to $13,000 to go. Although if I count the offline money, it's a lot less than that. But let's not count it for now. Let's not count it for now, right? PayPal email address. If you want to make a contribution to PayPal, the PayPal email address is, I think, Yaron at yaronbrookshow.com. If you go to PayPal and you put in Book Media and Consulting, or you put in Yaron Brook Show, you should be able to access and make it possible to make a gift through PayPal if you would prefer to do it that way. So happy to take contributions on PayPal rather than YouTube. You can't ask questions. I can't monitor the questions there, but you can certainly make sticker contributions. Frank asked if the goal is 15,000. Yes, absolutely. The goal is 15,000. Although if we reach it too quickly, then I might raise it. But we will see. It's going to take quite a bit for that. Mark says, did you get the funding for the healthcare show? Yes, healthcare show is on Saturday, coming Saturday, right? Today is Tuesday. This coming Saturday, there will be a healthcare show. I'm probably going to have more than one healthcare show. But the first healthcare show will be on Saturday, which will be basically how to fix the healthcare system. How to fix the healthcare system. By the way, if you go to the support page on the YBS website, yaronbrookshow.com, just yaronbrookshow.com, go to the support page. There should be a PayPal link there. Although it might be, I'm not sure how prominent it is. Anyway, it should be easy to go to PayPal and find a link there if you'd like. All right. I mean, like it or not, this was the year of Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump pulled off, pulled off one of the most amazing political comebacks ever. He should have been an incredibly weak candidate, given his legal problems, given, hush money conviction, a kind of a fraud conviction, kind of a weak fraud conviction. The convictions last year, for sexual assault, or at least defamation around sexual assault, the Carroll decisions, which were just upheld by an appellate court. Trump had challenged the decision in the courts, and it was upheld. In spite, and of course, the document case and the attempts to change the election and all of that, January 6th, the case in Georgia. I mean, and then January 6th, a president of the United States who stood by, encouraged and then stood by as Congress was trashed and people advocating for the overthrow of an election were, unleashed violence on the Capitol. And he stood by and did nothing. And, in a sense, supported it. Right? And yet, in spite of all of that, in spite of a pretty bad debate performance against Harris. I mean, she won that debate. He still won it. And he's won the election pretty solidly. That is, he won the election convincingly. He won every one of the battleground states. He managed to pull it off in spite of all the baggage that he carried, in spite of the fact that he had all this legal trouble. And maybe, arguably, the legal trouble helped him. Maybe, arguably, he could use the legal trouble to to portray himself as a victim of the system, as a victim of the elites, as a victim of the people manipulating the system and attempting to destroy his life for political reasons. And I think he used that as a politician incredibly effectively. Now, he didn't win by a landslide like he presented. It wasn't a historical win. He won every battleground state by a small margin. He won generally. He won the popular vote by a small margin, but he won the popular vote, which nobody was expecting. Nobody was expecting him to win the popular vote. He didn't win the popular vote in 2016, and nobody had expected him to win it. And with the exception of, I think, 2004, a Republican had won the popular vote in a long time. So he won. In spite of all of that, and I think more than anything else, this tells us something about the American people. The frustration, the anger, the fear, real fear, rational or irrational, about the state of the world. And the reality that the American people came to, I think, despise, much of the American people came to despise, the Biden administration, the fakeness of the Biden administration, the reality that Biden was not competent to be president, was not really functioning as president. I mean, we've got stories lately. There was a story recently out of the Wall Street Journal that Biden only functioned between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., and even then, not that great. And somebody was running the government, and nobody would admit this. Nobody would address this. Nobody challenged Biden to step aside and let his vice president become president. They just pretended and pulled one over on the American people. Clearly, Biden was not cognitively competent to be president. And I think the fact that he continued, I mean, when we saw that in the first debate was, God, June 27th. I mean, do you remember the first debate? I mean, it was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever experienced in politics. To watch Biden on stage was, God, this guy belongs in a old age home. He doesn't belong in the White House. I think the American people felt betrayed by that, and I think they should have, for the dishonesty that the Biden administration exuded. Right? And I think that the loss, I think Democrats losing is to a large extent a consequence of the fact that Biden insisted on running, didn't have a primary, didn't have a Democratic primary, and then Biden is so obviously incapable, incompetent of actually running the government. Why would anybody trust the Democrats after that? Why would anybody trust his vice president, who was in on the whole thing after that? You know, I think that was a big part of why Trump won, was just everybody's disgust with Biden. I mean, the reality is, look, and I've said this for a long time. The economy was pretty good, not bad. Economy was not bad. GDP growth, wage growth, by every measure, economic growth was not bad during Biden's post-COVID, during Biden's term. Inflation was coming down significantly. By the time of the election, the inflation was not a big issue, shouldn't have been a big issue. Stock market, the two best years the stock market has had in over 25 years. I mean, really extraordinary performance of the S&P 500, particularly NASDAQ. We'll get to that later. Particularly NASDAQ, just extraordinary. Biden gets zero credit for that. If Trump had 2 years like that, he would be tooting his horn constantly and taking 100% credit for it. Now, I get it that the growth was in particular industries, in particular sectors, in particular places. Not everybody benefited equally from it. All of that is acknowledged, but the economic malaise that Americans felt was not justified by the economics. It was because, for example, wage growth was there. It was justified by the politics, by the general just dislike of the Biden administration. Part of that, by the way, is that people associate Biden with all the bad stuff that happened during COVID. And that's not fair, because most of the bad stuff that happened under COVID, most of the really bad stuff that happened under COVID, and the whole failure of government that happened under COVID happened under Trump. But people forgot. And at the end, COVID was blamed, or the response to COVID and lockdowns and everything else was blamed on Biden and, mandates and all of this stuff, even though, they were never as bad as advertised, was all blamed on lockdowns were worse than advertised. I mean, the mandates were not as bad as advertised, were all blamed on Biden. And Trump got off scot-free. Trump got no blame, zero blame for COVID, which is unbelievable to me. I mean, COVID and his response to COVID basically should have disqualified him from being president. Just that. It was so pathetic. It was so bad. Of course, what really weighed on people were two issues. One, inflation, which we've talked about a lot on the show. We've covered extensively. And is Biden's fault, but also Trump's fault. Again, stimulus packages, cash to people, checks in the mail. That's inflation. That's Trump, Biden. And immigration, which clearly was Biden's fault. And it was a stupid, a stupid fail. Getting the border under control, just even for Democrats makes sense. It's just the chaos there was just so ridiculous. And again, it looked like the government was out of control. They had no plan. They had no idea what they were doing. They had no idea why they were doing it. They had no idea how to do it. And the consequence of that was complete mayhem and chaos, and people, again, losing all trust, belief in the Biden administration and wanting real and dramatic change as a consequence. And Trump knows, he's brilliant at this. He is a political, he's truly brilliant at, latching onto that and seeing that and capitalizing on it. And, he won because of the anxiety created by the immigration, created by inflation, and because of the deep distrust people had for Biden. Even though if people had memories, they'd remember the chaos under Trump. They would have maybe remembered his failure with COVID. And they maybe would have remembered they would have remembered January 6th. If they remember those things and had them at top of mind, then whatever sins, Biden might have committed, I don't think match any of the, real evil that we saw coming out of the Trump administration. So, yeah, it is the ability of Trump to take advantage of that and to remind people of what he wanted them to remember and to deflect everything else and somehow get people to forget, and the ability of Biden to be so bad. And then Harris, when she replaced him, to be so bad. Harris was basically an empty vessel at the end of the day. Again, she couldn't articulate. She couldn't speak. She couldn't on the fly. She couldn't do interviews. And people got it. People saw it. And I think they blamed her for Biden, and not outrageously so. So Trump is now going to be president. I think this is as you know, I think this is a turn for the worst in America, because I think that he brings with him a whole philosophical shift and ideological shift. He elevates some of the worst people on the right. We will see how it all plays out over the next few years. But it's scary, and it should scare you. And we'll get to elections in other countries. And I think, and what's happening in other countries in terms of politically, and none of it, there's just no sign of anything positive really anywhere in the world in terms of the election landscape out there. It is very, very negative. All right, I'm going to take a break from this for a minute and take maybe a few of the Super Chat questions and encourage you to up your contributions so we can make it. So if we divide this by hours, then, we need to do, about, what is it, $37.50 an hour. So we're on track for that. We're really on track for that. We're $2,500 right now, or $2,583 right now. So we need to get to $3,500 in the next half an hour, and that'll give us a $37,500. Yes, and then we will go from there. So the plan is to go for 4 hours, to try to get to the 15,000 over those 4 hours, to keep you here for as long as it takes, as we say. As long as it takes. As I said, it's going to be, it's the way to get there, the way to get to the 15,000 is with a bunch of $500 contributions, which I think is the max that you can get on Super Chat. $500. I'll give you a few stats in terms of basically what that's buying you, right? So last year, we published, the Yaron Brook Show published over 1,000 videos. So 1,031 videos. That's what you're paying for. Me and Christian, who's on here, who edits these videos and creates short videos, short videos, longer short videos. We did over 300 live shows, during the year, with a total of 1,031 videos total. I don't know how many channels are out there that produce this kind of quantity. I'm not even talking about quality. Nobody produces, well, no. But nobody produces this kind of quantity. And just of live shows, 300 live shows. That is a lot. To give you a sense of how those shows have done, we had 2.5 million views this year. 2.5 million views. And we had 332,000 hours of viewership. 332,000 hours of viewership. So if you take the 300 shows and you say each show's worth $1, then that's $300. The $300 is valuing a show at $1. Now, I know many of you do Super Chats all year round, so this is just one contribution among many. But some of you don't. So some of you, don't regularly contribute. So if you want to just jump in here and contribute right now to support kind of the show for the next year, a $500 contribution is what, $1.20 a show, $1.25 a show. I'm pretty sure next year will be another 300 live shows. There's $300. Thank you, Jacob. It's $1 a show. So I'm pretty sure next year is going to we're going to do as many shows as we have done this year. I think we're going to publish as many shorts and all the other ones, all the other kind of shows as well, shorts and mix. So we will continue. We'll continue to do what we've done so far. I will continue to do what I've done, and so on. So my goal next year is to try to keep the views at around 2.5 million is a good number for views. It's the most views. No, it's not the most views we've ever had. We had over 3 million views in 2022, because in 2022, a few of the short videos, the really short ones, took off and got hundreds of thousands of views. And we haven't had that since then. And a big reason for that, because I've talked to YouTube about that, a big reason for that is in 2022, shorts were new. There weren't a lot of shorts up there. So my shorts got a lot of visibility. But, you know, to get 2.5 million views is phenomenal. But what's really exciting is the watch time. 332,000 hours is the most I think we've ever had on the Yaron Brook Show. So people watch this show more than they've ever watched it, ever in the past. So that is 332 hours spent listening to, watching on YouTube the Yaron Brook Show. That's pretty phenomenal. So thank you. Thank you to all you guys who watched the show. What else did we added 2,661 subscribers. If you're not a subscriber yet, please subscribe. Add yourself to that number. It'll still count for this year. And what's the final stat we have here? What is that? Oh, live shows will watch, just the live portion will watch 62,000 hours. Right. I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of hours. I haven't done the math in terms of how many days that is or how many lives that is, but that's a lot. All right, I see Tony just did $300 on PayPal. Thank you, Tony. Really, really appreciate that. So we're over. I'm keeping track of what we have offline. As I said, I'm still going to shoot for the 15,000 on YouTube, but we do have already over $5,000 offline. So we're in great shape. But let's see if we can blow away even my goal and go above and beyond that. All right, let's do some super chats, and then I'll return. When I return after the super chats, I want to ask the question of what I think the number one philosophical trend of 2024 was. What is the philosophical direction the country took in 2024? What I think is the dominant one, and we will talk about that. We'll also talk about other philosophical trends, but what was the one that I think is the most powerful? And I think actually the Free Press identified it in its latest publication. All right. Let's see. Emil says, "Hey, Yaron, I really appreciate your shows. I saw you coming to Norway in 2025. Will you be elsewhere within Scandinavia as well?" I don't know. I'd like to be. So I'm looking for people to host me. So, Emil, if you know anybody in Sweden or in Denmark who would like to host a Yaron Brook talk, you know, we can talk about the terms and all of that, but it shouldn't be. It's not going to cost. So if you can find somebody to host me anywhere in Scandinavia, I'd love to combine that with Norway. That is, I'd like to do Norway, Sweden, Denmark, something like that. So let me know. If I find anybody, I will definitely be letting people know on the show and then on my website when my when it's happening. So, but if you find me somebody, that would be terrific. All right, so let's start. I'm going to start with the $500. We've got two of those. And then we'll take the $400. We've got one $400, the $300, the $200, and then the $100, and then we'll go back to kind of covering the review of the year, and we'll keep going on that. CPOS would be great. I'm definitely going to be contacting CPOS about trying to do something in Copenhagen. All right. By the way, just an update. We have reached our first hour goal, which was 3,750. We've crossed it. So if we can get to 4,000 in the first hour, then even better, right? So let's see if we can make it a 4,000 or maybe even 5,000 in the first hour. Maybe we can shorten the show. Some of you might want to hold on to the bucks to make sure the show goes long, right? The show goes long. Thank you. Thank you, John. I will go through this in a minute and thank all the stickers. We have a lot of stickers, and I will do that. You don't, by the way, those of you listening, not familiar, you don't have to ask a question. You can use a sticker to support the show. Again, the limit that YouTube places on this, I think, is $500. You guys can test that out and see if you can generate more than $500. But I think the limit is $500. So you can try it out, but you can do that in a sticker. All right, John stepped in with the first $500. Thank you, John. Really, really appreciate that. John, of course, supports the show on a regular basis throughout the year, has contributed to the Yaron Brook Show a lot of money over the last year. Thank you, John. Really, really, really appreciate the support. So John says, here's to hitting the target for today's show. Thank you for watching the movie Coherence this year and also reviewing my song requests. I know I'm behind on some of those. For some of you, it's embarrassing, but New Year resolution will have to do with catching up on that. Does a rationalist and empiricist epistemology, although very different in the views of how knowledge is gained, basically amount to subjective emotionalism for both? If so, how so for both? If not, why not? That's a big question, but of course, John gave $500, so it's worth it. James Bond, thank you. James Bond just came in with a 500 euros. That's a way you can exceed the $500 limit, is if you do 500 euros or 500 pounds sterling. Is there any other currency out there in the world more valuable than the dollar in terms of 1-to-1 ratio? Because the 500 euros are worth more than $500, so that's worth more. So that's great. All right, so let's go to John. Let's define our terms first. What does it mean to be a rationalist, and epistemologically, to be a rationalist or to be an empiricist? A rationalist basically is somebody who deals with ideas as primaries, with abstractions as the starting points, and then finds logical relationships, deductions with those abstractions, but doesn't bother to or doesn't need to connect them to reality, doesn't see the need philosophically or sees the need philosophically, but just doesn't do it, which is what happens to most objectivists, or most young objectivists, is they know they're supposed to connect it to reality, but they don't actually do it. Oh, Wanda Freeman just figured out how to get us be above the $500 mark, and that's for somebody to contribute 500 Bitcoins. 500 Bitcoins would we could stop fundraising for a long time with 500 Bitcoins at the price of Bitcoin right now, right? That's $50 million. Yeah, that's it. We'd make all future shows of Yaron Brook Show free, no more fundraising ever. And we'd upgrade everything, and we'd be cruising here. It would be fantastic. All right. So rationalism, floating abstractions, detached from reality. Epistemology, where you, in a sense, you discover truth in ideas in and of themselves. But of course, there is no such thing as that's the key. Empiricists look for truth in reality, but then don't really abstract. They don't go to any kind of abstractions. So the truth somehow is in reality, is out there somewhere. And, they are constantly talking about concretes. They never integrate them into principles. They never integrate them into abstractions. And their knowledge is constrained by what they can observe. So in the end, both don't really have access to truth, to knowledge, to real knowledge. I mean, at some level, the empiricist has because they have knowledge of the concrete world, but they can't have any kind of generalizations. Are very, very difficult for them. And to the extent that they hold any generalizations, as John says, they're kind of emotionalistic. They're emotional because they don't buy into the process by which these concretes, we abstract them, we use induction in order to, or use induction or use integration into an abstract knowledge. So they don't hold their knowledge in any kind of real way, and therefore they rely on emotionalism. The same thing is true of the rationalist. They do not hold their knowledge in any real form because they haven't connected that knowledge, those abstractions, to reality, to, at the end, the source of truth, the source of what's real and what's not. And therefore, whatever they hold, they rely on emotions to bolster it, to justify it. So you can, there's a lot of knowledge that people have where they're using an objective method to attain that knowledge, but they're using it, implicitly, without really having that method. And most kind of day-to-day kind of work interactions, science, technology, this is what they're doing. This is indeed what they're doing. But when they get to new knowledge, or when they get to philosophical knowledge, or when they get to moral knowledge, this is where, it breaks down. And when they get to the theory of knowledge, and again, you can see that with objectivists, because they hold their philosophy, young objectivists, new to the philosophy, or people who stay rationalistic, they hold their philosophy as a floating abstraction. Rationalism is more common in objectivism. And it takes a long time to connect it, to make it real, to integrate it, and to make it part of who you are and what you are. Right, John, I do think this is a really good question. And I recommend asking it again when we have a philosopher on the show. So when we have Greg or Ankar, or Ben, this is a great question to ask them, because I think you'll just get more insight, deeper insight into this from the way they answer the question. Skylar, $500. Thank you, Skylar, again. How many questions can I ask? As many as you want, but we need to figure out how to get the questions to me. Thank you, Skylar. Let's see, was there another $500? I think another one crept in here at the end. Yes, James Bond. James Bond. Thank you. Thank you, Bond, James Bond. All right, Immanuel Kant is the champion of reason for many people. According to Ayn Rand, he is the most evil philosopher, though. Why? What do Kant and Rand share in terms of the view of reason and morality? And what are differences? Happy New Year. God. So the $500 questions are going to be deeply philosophical and really hard for me. But I guess that's I have to earn my keep. So this is a way to keep me earning. So that is legit. All right, just to keep you updated, we're still 10 minutes short of the first hour, and we're basically at 4,500, right? 4,487. So we're 13 away from 4,500, 500 away from 5,000. 5,000 would be a milestone, because that would be a third of the way to our goal, and that would be of course huge. So anybody want to do 500 now to get us to that point would be great. Of course, Michael could probably do 500 just with $20 questions. That would be a lot of questions. That's how you should have done it, Skyly. You just should have asked, 25 $20 questions, and you would have gotten there, right? We would have made it. All right, so Immanuel Kant. So Kant claims to be an advocate of reason. In a sense, to be an advocate of the mind. To be an advocate of the mind as the source of human knowledge. And this is why so many people view him as the champion of reason. And it is because he claims this, and because people view him as the champion of reason, that he has managed to do as much damage as he has done. If Kant had come out and said, look, I'm really despise reason, I really want to do everything I can to undermine reason, I'm really not interested in reason, then he would have never been as influential as he has been. What makes Kant, according to Rand, as evil as he is that in a sense, he destroys reason by advocating for a false conception of it. Rand's view of reason is as a faculty to perceive and integrate the facts as made available to us by our senses. Our senses are crucial, are the starting point for reasoning, for reason, for this faculty. And the axiomatically implicit in that is that our senses are valid, that they actually are, we're observing reality, and therefore the information we get from our senses that we then integrate into percepts and in concepts are a reflection of reality. They are reality. And therefore, our abstract knowledge is of reality. And that's why, for Rand, reason is our basic means of survival. Because it is the means by which we know reality and then figure out, by studying reality, how to survive within it, how to build tools, how to create agriculture, how to go hunting, how to do the things that are necessary in order to survive in this world. We couldn't do it if what we got was fake, was false information. So our senses are valid is the beginning, in the sense of reason. Leonard Peikoff and Opa, Objectivism and Philosophy of Ayn Rand, an essential book for anybody who wants to study objectivism. It's right there on my bookshelf. By far the best book that gives you, the philosophy, the integrated philosophy as a whole. So, the reason is, again, basic means of survival. It's a way in which we know about the world. And it starts with the validity of the senses. What does Kant do? Kant says, because we have senses, our knowledge of reality is distorted, perverted. Our senses and our mind basically make knowledge of reality impossible. Because whatever knowledge we're getting is filtered through senses. We don't have direct access to reality. And indeed, for Kant, reality is unknowable. Unknowable. Now, if reality is unknowable, and if our senses don't provide us information about reality, then what does reason actually mean? Well, reason then becomes just this play of abstractions. Reason is now detached from reality. Truth now becomes a game within our own mind and severs us completely from the world out there. I just got a message that we are now on the grid. So congratulations to my building. We're now off the generator, on the grid. We now have electricity formally. So that is always good news when you live in Puerto Rico. By the way, Robert, thank you for the contribution. We got, again, people are contributing on PayPal at the same time as contributing on Super Chat. So the very notion of reason that he promotes is a notion of reason that separates, detaches the mind from reality. And there's nothing more dangerous and horrific than that. Now, there's a sense in which Plato already does that, but Kant makes it more sophisticated, modernizes it, and uses it basically to attack the Enlightenment and undermine the age of reason, which is the Enlightenment. All in the name of reason. And you can see how that becomes more powerful. So now, in the world in which we live today, when people think about reason, they've adopted Kant's view of what reason is. Kant's view of what reason is. And therefore, they've lost the Enlightenment view, and they can't even find, they're not open to Rand's view of reason. He distorted the entire field of philosophy, and he killed this amazing philosophical movement that was heading generally in the right direction, which was the Enlightenment. So Rand and Kant don't share anything in terms of their view of reason, fundamentally because at the very starting point that reason is detached from reality, and the whole point for Rand, that's Kant, and the whole point for Rand is reason is a means of knowing reality. So at the very core, the opposite. And then, of course, that spills over into morality. For Rand, morality is something to be discovered through reason. One needs to apply reason to reality, the nature of man, and therefore the kind of moral code, the kind of virtues and values that man needs in order to survive. And we validate that through our understanding of reality and man. For Kant, we start with some categorical imperatives, things we must do, moral commandments, duties that are just there, that just exist. We can't discover them through reason, and therefore they just are in our mind. And of course, it turns out those categorical imperatives happen to be basically the Christian morality. And therefore we must follow religious moral commandments, because, not because of reason, not through proof, we're not proving them in reason, but we must follow them just because. They're embedded in our mind as duties. So again, nothing similar between Rand and Kant morally. Rand looks to reality and to the nature of man for whom morality. Kant looks inside to discover morality somehow inside his mind. And what he discovers is Christianity. Rand revolutionizes morality by discovering a completely new morality, a morality of egoism. Kant looks inwards to discover the morality of sacrifice of Christianity. So again, they are completely opposite when it comes to morality. Great question, James Bond. Thank you, and Happy New Year. And really, really appreciate the support. Thank you. All right, guys, it is an hour in, and we are at $4,600, which is way ahead of where we need to be if we can replicate this in the second hour. And that's, of course, a big if. Can we replicate 4,600 in the second hour? That would mean we need a few of these $500 contributions. We've got 1,500 of that 4,600 is the $500 guys, but there's a lot of 20s out there, a lot of 20s, bunch of hundreds, and again, a 300, a 200. So, keep it coming. Really, really appreciate it again. This is how we fund this show. One of the things I want to do in the next few weeks is I'm going to upgrade the camera. We've got a good camera now, but we're going to get a full frame camera. We're going to get a Sony 7S, I think they're called, or a CX3, I think it's called that. Anyway, we're going to upgrade to a full frame camera. I think everything will pop out more. The picture quality will be significantly better. Colors more beautiful. So, and it's expensive. It's an expensive camera. So if we make our numbers today, part of that is going to go to improving, getting a new camera, and all for that. All right. Let's see. We had a 300. Where's the 300? 399 by Shazbot. Shazbot says, please review the movie. Shazbot has not given up on me to do reviews. Please review the movie Ford versus Ferrari. Thank you. YouTube won't let me do a full 500 because of my super chat last night. Wow. All right. We'll provide an additional 50 next show. But then Shazbot does an additional 50 anyway, somehow. So you managed to do 450 anyway. So I'm not sure how that happened, but there you go. Okay, I copied it. I need to paste it into here. Yes, Ford and Ferrari. I've seen the movie. I like the movie, but to do a review, I'd have to watch it again. So I will. I enjoyed the movie, so it'll be fun to watch it again. So thank you, Shazbot. So Shazbot did 400. Shazbot did 450 there. If we combine the two, 450. Thank you. And let's see. As I said, the limit for Super Chat is $500. The more people test that limit, the better. The faster we get to our goal, the more confident I am that we can get to that goal. Is with contributions of that size. You can also, for those of you who would like, contribute on PayPal. The advantage of PayPal is they take a smaller cut than YouTube does, but also it might be more convenient. And of course, there is no limits. A number of people, we've had two people do three people do $1,000 on PayPal, which has no limit in terms of how much you can contribute. So if you'd like to do PayPal, the address to do it, the URL to do it is at the top of the chat. You can find it at the top of the chat. It's basically paypal.com. Well, no, I don't have it. All right. So, check the chat or just go to PayPal and search for the Yaron Brook Show or Brook Media. Brook Media. It's pinned at the top of the comment section. Also. All right. Let's see. That was that. Oh, Jacob, $300. Thank you from Long Beach, California. Thank you, Jacob. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. It's very generous. Mark is basically 200. Happy 2025, Yaron. Love the show. Always interesting. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Mark. Really appreciate that. All right, let's shift to the $100. Let's shift to $100. Let's start with Ian. Ian says, American culture has been corrupt for a long time. The election of 2024, where the majority of voters voted for political violence, shows that more than ever. Here's for keeping up the fight for reason and capitalism in the face of these horrors. Yes, I mean, we need to keep fighting. I do think that a significant number of Americans would reject both options that were presented at this election. That is not possible given the way our electoral politics work. But I still think that there are enough people out there who would like something better than Trump versus Harris or Trump versus Biden. And I know a number of people who are saying one of the best things about 2028 is that neither Biden nor Trump nor probably Harris will be on the ticket. And they're kind of excited for the 2028 election because it involved new people. I'm a little fearful because I see J.D. Vance and I don't know, the governor of California as the two options, and that is a pretty scary alternative. It just gets, in some sense, it even gets worse. But yes, we keep fighting. Look, you have to keep fighting. And this is one of the values I hope that this show provides for you guys is an island of sanity, an island of rationality, an island where reason, egoism, capitalism, it's a place where those ideals are expressed. And that philosophy is expressed. And an example of that is, you can check out my show from yesterday on immigration. Where you're going to find a show that breaks down the whole issue of immigration like that so thoroughly, or the show I did on China, or the show I did earlier in the year on environmentalism, on kind of capitalist, how would environmentalism be dealt with in a capitalist society. All of that is unique to this show. Never mind the regular analysis of the news. All right, we are starting the second hour at 4,740. We've got basically $10,000 to go. So take that into account. As I said, over 300 live shows a year, over 1,000 videos distributed. If you do $300 today, that's $1 a show. If you have the resources, and if you can do $500 and get us and do $1.20 a show or whatever, even faster, get us even faster to the goal. So thank you again, everybody. Let's see. Let's do that was Ian. Thank you, Ian, again. John, might a cryptocurrency conceivably be used as a base of a fractional reserve currency? For example, banks could issue promissory notes based on crypto units. I mean, you could imagine that, yes, although it's not clear to me that we're going to have notes for in a free market. If the world shifted to a free market tomorrow, would anybody carry cash? Would anybody care about cash? Would anybody want cash, right? So the crypto would be basically, I don't know if the crypto would be used directly or whether some coinage off of the crypto would be used, a digital coin. So in a world of free banking, you don't care about privacy. Privacy is protected by the bank. Privacy is protected by, your privacy is protected by, by law. And I think you're less concerned about cash. Cash is in a world where the government can monitor everything. Cash in a world where so many things are illegal. Then cash is king. Cash is privacy. But in a truly free world, it's not clear to me that cash is that important. Cash is something that people pursue. It might just be all digital. So I'm not sure how fractional reserve would work. But, again, you could lend out more crypto than that were brought in. You could create coins off of the crypto that represented something different, digital coins, and you could issue them to people, in a sense, digital currency. So you could use fractional reserve currency. Whether people would want to, why people would view crypto as a legit reserve, I just don't know. I still don't get it. But definitely, if that's what the market wants, if the market has evolved so the cryptocurrency is a base, it's a base currency, and it is reserve, it's in a sense gold, then you can have digital money that is basically certificates on the crypto. Much more likely, in my view, is that banks would hold gold and issue a form of crypto that was backed by that gold and was a way to guarantee that you would always be able to access the gold that you deposited. All right. Vebion, thank you. This is amazing. Just did 5,000 Norwegian krona. So that is almost that's just over $400. So really, really appreciate that. You also did something on PayPal, I think, earlier today. So it all adds up. Verbion says, Happy New Year. Yaron, it was good to see you and Jonathan in Oslo. It was great to see you. That was a fun event. I gave 2 talks. We had Appa Singer come. It was just a fabulous event that Ava and the local objectivists put on there, and it was really a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun there. He goes on. Here are some kronas for next time, while they are still worth something. What do you think about objectivism's presence, influence in culture these days versus 90s, 2000s? And the second question is, do you have an opinion on Jason Stott's theory of sexual ethics, asking for a friend honestly? So what do I think of objectivism's presence in the culture these days versus the 90s? I mean, I think generally objectivism has a slow but steadily growing impact on the culture. It's out there. I mean, the number of times I've seen quotations of Ayn Rand in the last few weeks on Twitter has been amazing. It suddenly spiked. And I think, by the way, the MAGA versus Vivek and Elon increased the amount of times I saw quotes by Ayn Rand online. I think people have discovered her, discovering the amount of wisdom that's there that's so relevant for today in her writings about current events back in the 1960s. I think there's more of that now than there was in the 90s. Now, it's hard to compare because we didn't really have like social media in the 90s. We didn't have the kind of exposure. But the objectivist movement is growing. The number of people impacted is growing. The other thing that's happened over the last 20 years is it's become much more international. I mean, there always used to be some objectivist groups in Israel, in Norway, and a few other countries around the world, but it was small, insignificant. People didn't know that much about them. There wasn't that much going on. Maybe in Norway and Israel there was quite a bit, but other places there wasn't. And now, there was so much going on internationally. There is so much involvement, international involvement, that is really inspiring, right? Really inspiring. So I think the objectivist movement's become much more international than it used to be. So in that sense, there's more going on and there's more of a presence. I don't know that there's any influence yet, but there's certainly a presence. Richard Hanania, who's very influential, I think, right now, intellectual, on not really the right, on the fringes of the right. He's more rational at the right, at least most of the time. Is just now quoting a huge amount of Ayn Rand. So Ayn Rand's been an influence, no question, and is going to, I think, help him correct some of his errors. Like Richard Hanania used to be a racist, and he was quoting Ayn Rand's essay on racism. Seriously. So that's really good. So we will see influence through people like that. And then, of course, somebody like Alex, who has, I think, significant influence on our political class right now. How much of that will trickle down into real influence, real changes? Well, I mean, would we have gotten the kind of energy policies that I think we're going to get under Trump, if not for Alex? Probably not. Maybe not. So there's already influence. So I think a lot more influence today. Also, Alan Greenspan, who was perceived to be an objectivist, was in a position of power back in the 90s, but I think he did more harm than good, because I think he distorted people's perception of what objectivism is with his, Keynesian economical, explanations for what was going on in the world. It was really awful. All right. Thank you. Oh, there was a second question. What was the second one? Do you have an opinion on Jason Strott's theory of sexual ethics? Do I have an opinion? I haven't read much. What I have read, I don't know. It seems for most. I think it seems somewhat. I don't know. I don't buy it, but can I right now articulate why? I'd have to really think about it. Some of it seems a little detached from our capacity. God, I don't know that I have even the terminology to think it through. I think there's. I think that sex, and let me put it this way. I generally have a sense I disagree with some of it, but I haven't read it in depth enough, or I haven't read enough of it to be able to analyze it in any kind of significant way. If I ever do read it more thoroughly, I'll let you know. But I get a sense that something's off there in the stuff that I have read. I'm happy that he is talking about it. I think sexual ethics is important. I think work needs to be done in the field. It's something that I think objectivism can contribute a huge amount to the application of kind of an egoistic ethics and just an epistemology that looks at reality and is focused on reality and based on reason. Huge benefits for that to apply to sexual ethics. I think, given that we still live in a Christian culture, we need a new sexual morality, a new approach to ethics, to sex, and from a moral perspective. You could see that when I commented on that woman having sex with 100 guys. Kind of the response to that, people are clueless when it comes to sex. They really are. And they split between, like everything else, is split between two factions, kind of faction of that is, Victorian in their sexual perspective, that, where sex is elevated to such a point where you can barely, it should be only done after marriage and only done with the one person you love for the rest of your life, and da-da-da-da. Or, yeah, whatever you think. Sex is whenever you feel. So there's a lot of work to be done to express and articulate a proper moral approach to it. So, Jason's written something about that. That's good. But is it actually good? I don't know. I'm skeptical. All right, we'll keep going. We'll do the hundreds, and then I'll say something back about kind of the philosophical trend, or the philosophical trend coming out of 2024, and then we'll see where we are. In terms of money raised, let's see, where are we? We're at 5,200. So we've still got about 10,000 to go. So that's a lot, right? So that's that's $2,500 contributions, or $100 contributions. So we're still pretty far away from the goal. But of course, if we keep up the pace we're going at, we'll be fine. But we need to keep up the pace. Let's see if we can do that. That'll be interesting. By PayPal, and Will just gave $100 on PayPal, so thank you, Will. On PayPal, we're at about 5,000. So a third of it has already been raised on PayPal. But again, I'm elevating the goal. What the hell? Let's make this suspenseful a little bit and see if we can make it anyway. All right, Wes, here, you see Wes can do both, right? Wes says, I sent $500 through PayPal a little over an hour ago with my proper name, but here's a little extra. You earned it this year. So thank you, Wes. Wes pretty much gives almost every show. So Wes is a steady supporter of the Yaron Brook Show. Stav, Yaron, here's the new 2025 from Colorado. Great. I'll be in Colorado in a week. I'll be in Denver a week from Thursday. So thank you, Stav. Thank you for the $100. Really appreciate that. Let's see. Paul, love your show. Keep up the great work into 2025. Thank you, Paul. That's 100. We're doing hundreds now. Adam says, Elon Musk treats government force as just an ordinary tool in his toolkit for changing the world according to his values. He seems to have no moral qualms about it. Does he not know that government is force, even though he read Atlas? Or is Musk some kind of psychopath? No, I don't think he's a psychopath. I think he knows it's force. And I think, like most people in the world, in spite of having read Atlas Shrugged, I think everybody knows government is force. He thinks that using force to achieve the common good, public welfare, is okay. I mean, that is, everybody in the world thinks that, right? That is pretty common in the world out there to think that that using force in order to achieve the common good is okay. And certainly Elon Musk, I think, thinks that. And that's how he treats it, as long as it's for the common good. As long as, what is being done, the manipulation of the government, the force that the government is exerting is in order to achieve these goals that are of a greater good, then they're all fine. Then there's no problem. There's absolutely no problem. He is a pragmatist, in other words. He doesn't have a belief system that excludes, that says the use of force is invalid. Use of force is wrong in order to achieve one's aims. Coercion, the threat of force, yeah, I mean, that's really what we're talking about. It's coercion. He doesn't have that principle, and he's complete pragmatist in that sense. He's got principles when it comes to his business, engineering, but he has no principles when it comes to government. None that I can see. And that's why it's government efficiency. It's not limiting government to its proper role, because its proper role is whatever government needs to do in order to. Edward says about the woman sleeping with 100 people, you don't have a right to state it's disgusting. It was a consensual sex. That is the most bizarre attitude I've ever heard of. Right? It's completely nuts. Because, first of all, I have a right to say whatever I want to say. We're talking about rights here. I have a right to free speech, and therefore I have a right to call anybody for any reason I want to disgusting. In this case, I actually have reality on my side. It's objectively disgusting. It's by any measure, aesthetic, sex, relationship, values, reason, morality. Having sex with 100 people in a row is disgusting, and the men participating in it are disgusting. The whole thing is a disgrace on humanity. So the idea that I don't have a right to say it is bizarre. Plus, objectively, by any standard, it's disgusting. And, anybody can say whatever they want about me. But the question is, what are the facts of reality? And what does disgusting actually mean? Disgusting means something that is counter to the functioning of a rational, moral, self-respecting human being. No self-respecting human being, no person with self-esteem has sex with 100 people in a row. No person with self-esteem participates in an act like that. And if you don't understand that, and I'm not talking about body count over many years, I'm talking about in a row. If you don't understand that that goes counter to reality, life, morality, self-esteem, then God help you. You are clueless. You are clueless. And body count matters. Of course, body count matters. It's not that one is the ideal. It's not. But 100 in a row? Where do you even get that can be acceptable? I'm not just saying it is. I've talked about it in great length on my shows. What sex is about and why sex is special and why sex with multiple large numbers of partners at the same time is disgusting, objectively. All right, Mary Eileen, I get tremendous value from your show you're on. Thanks so much. Also, if I may, phenomenon is singular, phenomena is plural. I don't think phenomenas is a word. Well, it is for Yaron. All right, Marilyn, one of these days it'll actually sink in. Your name, we managed to get that one done. So maybe I still have a chance. Maybe there's a chance of letting phenomena sink in as well. We'll see. We'll see if that actually ever happens. J Mavs, Happy New Year. Thank you, J Mavs. Another $100. Let's see. I've caught all those. We still got a bunch more of $100. We still need 96 more $100. So feel free to jump in. With more than $100, right? That'll, yeah, there we go. Or we just give $200. That saves us time, right? Makes it quicker. All right, Glenn, no, first Andrew. Andrew with $100. This is one of the values I get from YBS, which is learning from your psychoepistemology. You may not intend it, but the way you answer questions contains lessons in how to defeat rationalism and and stay connected with reality. Thank you for that. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a real meaningful compliment. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you again. Andrew's another one of people who support the show pretty every single week, every single time. So constant show of support for the Yaron Brook Show. Really, really, really appreciate that. And that 100 is only one of, because he's got like 50s and 20s and sprinkled in here. So it's much more than the 100 itself. Let's see, Glenn for $100. Thank you for a great year and leading the intellectual charge. All the best for 25. Hope, keep up the great work you are doing. Thank you, Glenn. Really, really appreciate the support. Adri with $100. Happy New Year, Adri, and thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. We're now over 5,500. Yep, chipping away at it. The pace has slowed. The pace of chipping away at it has slowed, as would be expected. But as long as we're chipping away, we're good. I'm trying to think. We should be getting, by 4 o'clock, we should be getting to 7,500. So we need $2,000 over the next 30 minutes. $2,000 over the next 30 minutes to get to the halfway mark towards 15,000 in Super Chat alone, right? There's another 5,000 on the sideline from the PayPal, but from Super Chat alone, 15,000. If we'll be on pace if we get $2,000 from $2,000 over the next 30 minutes. 30 minutes, plenty of time for $500. And we're there. So, it's definitely doing. And by the way, one way you could do this that's free, just support the show, free, is just like the show. Just press the like button. The like button helps the algorithm, helps promote the show, helps get us out there, helps let people know that this is going on. Yep. So feel free to do that. Let me just post this on Twitter. Post that now. By the way, yeah, if you guys can share this on Twitter, that would be great. That would help a lot. Just sharing it on Twitter and letting people know this is going on, and maybe we'll get more people to come and support and contribute. All right, Oe for $200. Thank you, Oe. Despite politics, the world remains an unbelievable place to live. Here's to another year of adventure, joy, and love, enabled by the best philosophy we've ever known. Thanks for introducing me to so many values, including objectivism. I look forward to giving bigger donations when I have more. Thank you, Ori. Really, really, really appreciate it. That is fantastic. And then we have Stringer Bell. Happy New Year, Yaron. Thank you for another year of interesting and insightful commentary on modern day topics. Keep it going in 2025. I certainly intend to. So yes, if we can reach some of these goals, then I will be super motivated to continue doing this into 2025. Part of what we're doing here is fueling my motivation. And Steve just stepped in. Thank you, Steve, with $500. Third super chat ever, but that's okay when they're $500 each. That's great. Steve says, here's to an island of sanity. Looking forward to tackling 2025 with you in my earphones. Thank you, Steve. Really appreciate that. And of course, your friendship for now. God, 37 years. Is that right? 37 years. Steve and I have been friends for 37 years. I don't have many friends. I don't have many friends, period. I don't have many friends that go back that long, maybe two others. One in particular that goes back even further than that, but 37, that's quite something. And still going strong, the friendship. Excellent. All right. Let me go backwards and find the stickers because I don't want to leave you unthanked. Alejandro, thank you. Let's look for Jordan Miller, $500. Thank you, Jordan. Really, really appreciate it. Jordan did that with a sticker. Happy New Year, Jordan, and I'll see you in Colorado in a week. Nick, thank you. Capitalist Spy, thank you. And Applejack, thank you. Whoops, let's go back up. We were there. Who else am I missing here? We got that. We got those. We got that. John Parker, thank you. Chris Weed, thank you. I think that caught everybody who did a sticker. We've obviously, Applejack, I think I thanked a minute ago. So I think we're caught up on the stickers. That's great. Thank you, guys. We're making great progress. We're now only $770 away from the halfway mark. So $770 away from the halfway mark. That should be doable in the next 27 minutes. 27 minutes. All right. So no, that's wrong. That's wrong. I misspoke because the halfway is 7,500. So we're still 1,200 away. Right, 1,270 away. So, but we're chipping away at it. We're chipping away at it, and we've got almost 200 people online watching right now. Please share it on Twitter, Facebook, anywhere you can. By the way, if you're watching on Twitter, because there's a live feed on Twitter, there's a live feed on Facebook, then and you'd like to support the show, you can do so by coming over to YouTube and participating in the fundraiser and in our challenge. We need all the help we can get. It's a big challenge. We're asking for a lot of money today to fund this show. Hopefully, you all get value that reflects this funding. Or you can go to PayPal and contribute there. I am keeping track of PayPal. So at the end of this show, I will sum up both amounts and we will see how much we get to. But just for the sake of excitement, I am keeping the 15,000 on super chat so that we get everybody going. Sparks, thank you. Ron, thank you. So those are more stickers coming in. And again, you can make a contribution up to $500 on the Super Chat. You don't have to ask a question. Just jump in with a sticker. That's fine. All right. We've got a lot of questions, but that's fine. We're going to go for a long time today. So I'm not leaving here, right, until we get the number. So, or at least we get a number. So, I'm happy to go 4 hours. Happy to go 4 hours. We've got another hour and a half to go. No, 2.5 hours still to go. We've just gone an hour and a half. And there is Siberian. $500. Thank you, Siberian. And Siberian says, this is a question. What is going on here? One second. All right. After Putin's death, to bring Russia up to the European standard of political freedom, what practical steps should rational Russians take? What is the most likely to happen? Thank you for your shows in 2024, and Happy New Year. Thank you, Siberian. Really, really appreciate the support. That is $500 is amazing. So what do Russians need to do? And this is the big challenge. I mean, what you need really is to repudiate everything that Putin stands for. What Russia needs to do if Putin dies is to repudiate his entire legacy, repudiate his imperial ambitions, repudiate his mystical notions of a Russian spirit, a Russian people as a spiritual entity, to repudiate his idea of Russian superiority. So that needs to be repudiated. His war needs to be repudiated, and what that would mean is a retreat from Ukraine, and basically establishment of peace with Ukraine. It would mean a repudiation of Putin's economic policies, really from the beginning, which have been to establish a kind of a fascist oligarchy of oligarchs, right? Of insiders, people connected politically, where all the wealth flows to, and who have to agree with Putin and have to support Putin, otherwise they are killed. Remember all the oligarchs falling out of windows. So a repudiation of really the entire legacy. And that is going to require Russians to discover and ultimately embrace something that is quite foreign to them. And that is individualism. Some semblance of individualism. The rejection of the mysticism and the collectivism that Putin and I think the Russian culture has really encouraged for the entire history, and in the current form since the fall of the Soviet Union. So all of that needs to be repudiated and something adopted in its place. And what needs to be adopted in its place fundamentally is some idea of individualism. And then that needs to be manifest in a liberation of the economy, again, a repudiation of militarism. I would suggest that Russia join the European Union, that Russia join NATO, that Russia acknowledge the value of the West and embrace the West. Granted, the West, particularly Europe, is very flawed, but far superior to Russia today. So it needs to move westwards. Ideally, move westwards at the same time as embracing even better ideas than the West. So that's a challenge. That, I think, is what needs to happen. And again, it's a question of degree. It's not going to happen. They're not going to become objectivists overnight. But can they become more Western? Yes. They can become more Western. There's nothing, what's limiting them are ideas, but free will, the right intellectuals, and those ideas can change. The right people may be coming back to Russia after Putin's gone and changing them and molding them and, shaping them in order to move them closer to the West and away from the authoritarianism and the religiousness and the collectivism and the mysticism of Russian society today. Russia is one of the most primitive societies in the world today, and they don't have to be, and they don't need to be. So Russia needs to embrace Europe. It needs to embrace Europe from the perspective of values, from the perspective of ideas. And, and that's how you get the political freedom. Wanda Freeman says, it sounds like a 1,000-year project. Maybe it is. Now, I don't think that's likely to happen, sadly. I think with Putin gone, other nationalist, collectivist, authoritarian forces are likely to try to establish themselves at the helm of the Russian government. I think they're the ones likely to try to take over Russia. I think the number of people who hold individualistic capitalist ideas, reason, a rejection of faith, and a rejection of the Christian orthodoxy is small in Russia. And therefore, it's much more likely that you get a battle between the different oligarchs or the different military leaders for authoritarian control over Russia itself, over what Russia is, and they are likely to then reassess the war. It might be that ends the war because they figure it's a losing strategy and they should stop. I don't think that's going to lead to more political freedom. So I just don't see realistically, from a realistic perspective, I just don't see the path to a greater freedom and greater liberty, greater political freedom, more individualism, because I just don't see the ideological forces in Russia that will lead to that. Russia is so dominated and continues to be dominated and will be even more, and seems to be even more so dominated by collectivism and mysticism and strong men, in positions close to power, who want to jump at the opportunity to take that power when Putin dies. That, I think, is the likely outcome, sadly. Thank you, Siberian. Sorry I don't have good news for you, but part of the problem is that Russia doesn't want to emulate Europe and shouldn't emulate Europe. Europe is got a lot of problems. So what do they want to emulate? What can they emulate? Should they? The United States? The United States has a lot of problems, and indeed, but the United States has also been demonized as the devil for decades. It would be almost impossible to rally the Russians to be like America. But the first thing Russia has to acknowledge, but they won't, but the first thing Russia has to acknowledge is how bad their culture is, how rotten their own cultural identity is, how collectivistic and mystical it is, and how they must change. And that's very hard for a culture to do unless it's been thoroughly defeated, like Japan was or Germany was, right? I am not a multiculturalist. I don't believe all cultures are equal. And I do not think that Russia culture is a good culture. It's a bad culture, and it needs to change. If the standard is human flourishing, if the standard is human success, if the standard is something else, and tell that. But Russia has an anti-human flourishing philosophy, and it needs to change that. That's true of Iran. That's true of Africa. That's true of most of the world. Most of the world. All right, Siberian, really, really appreciate the support. Thank you. Roland, 100 Swiss francs. Again, that's a way, another currency that is stronger than the dollar in terms of dollar to franc. So another way to get around the $500 limit if you wanted to. Roland, 100 Swiss francs. Thank you. Loved your public speaking seminar in Amsterdam back in April. Are you doing any next year? If there's demand, it's been really, really challenging to get people to be interested in doing the seminar. So if there are people out there who would like to attend a public speaking seminar by me, either in Europe or in the United States, let me know and I'll do one. But it's just a lot of work to then have to cancel, which I had to do for the one after Okan. But if you guys show that there is real demand for it, I'm happy to do them again. Yes. Hamad, $300. Wow, thank you. Happy New Year, Yaron. Here's to the immense value you give me. I want to highlight your shows when you hypothetically present what your policies towards fixing the financial system, insurance, healthcare, as well as your State of the Union. These are by far my favorite shows from you. Cheers. Thank you, Ahmad. Really appreciate that. Then you should enjoy my shows on China, what my policy would be on China, and my show on immigration that I did it, what my policy would be in immigration in the world we have today. And then the one I'm going to be doing on healthcare on Saturday will do the same thing. And I plan to do more shows like that. I'd like to do, somebody suggested I do one on labor law. I want to do one on education. We should definitely do one on education. And, basically take apart government. Basically have a show for every aspect of what government does today and how it should be done. We could do a show on, we could do something like on how to get rid of Social Security and how to get rid of Medicare. How to get rid of Medicare will be part of the healthcare show. But all of that, we should dismantle government slowly on the show by presenting real, viable, doable alternatives. All right, we are only $45 away from the halfway mark, from 7,500, and 10 minutes away from the halfway mark for a 4-hour show. So 45 bucks, you guys can make this happen pretty easily, I think. And then we start the slog for the second half. which is going to be significant. All right, Molten Splendor. I like that, Molten Splendor. If I know I'm coming down with a cold or the flu, and will be visiting elderly parents, do I have an obligation to test for COVID? If I test positive, do I have an obligation to wear a mask when I arrive, as well as on the plane getting there? I mean, this is the thing. Even if it's not COVID, and you're visiting elderly people, it could be deadly to them, depending on how elderly they are. But the reality is that as we get older, flu can put you in hospital. Upper respiratory disease, I forget what that's called, H something. Upper respiratory disease is for babies and for old people is really deadly, or at least can put you in a hospital, can make you very sick. So I would say, basically, if you're sick, I don't think you should test for COVID. I just think that if you're sick, if you have a cold or the flu, you think you're coming down with RSV. Thank you. RSV is the upper respiratory. If you think you're coming down with something, and your parents are old, and the immune system probably weak, I would wear a mask. I would wear a mask, and potentially potentially not visit them, depending on how old they are. Right? The older they are, the less likely I would be to visit them if I'm sick. Like my dad's 90. In a few months. If I was sick, I wouldn't go to visit. Like if I was at a cold or the flu or maybe COVID or maybe RSV or maybe something else, I just wouldn't go visit because anything that he gets, even if he doesn't go to hospital, he's going to suffer awfully because at 90, your body just is struggling with anything. So I just wouldn't go visit, never mind a mask. But yeah, and then if you're flying, again, depending on how bad you feel, the worse you feel, the more you should think about wearing a mask just to prevent other people around you. Just polite. This is what the Asians do well. When you see Asians wearing a mask, it's usually because they are not feeling well. It's usually because they are a little sick and they don't want you to get their germs. And it's not about protecting them from others. It's about protecting you from them. So that's why they wear masks. You see so many masks in Asia in the winter. It's because they've got colds or the flu or something like that. So yeah, I mean that's the way I would think about it. But again, parents old, think about twice whether you want to see them if you're really getting sick, depending on how bad you feel. Think about how badly you feel. Think about how somebody who got the same virus you have would feel if they were 90 or however old they are. All right, Ray, thank you, Ray. Really appreciate it. Another $100. Happy New Year, Yaron and fans. For me, 2024 was the year of finding ways to use Gen AI to extract maximum wisdom from YBS. Using Google's Notebook LM on top of YBS transcripts is awesome. I can get summaries of YBS topics. It's like my own YBS research assistant. That is so frigging cool. That is so amazing. Yeah, happy that you can do that. It's great. I'm still wanting to develop the Yaron AI. It's one of my priorities for early this year to try to hook back with the people who said they would do it. For some reason, they haven't really done anything, or find somebody else to do it. But I know it's doable. But that's amazing that you can just do it yourself. That is so cool. That is so very cool. Where do you get the transcripts from? How do you get that? Who produces the transcripts? Do you use AI to produce the transcripts? All right, no, $100 Canadian. YBS, AKA Gulch. There it is, Gulch. Up there. You deserve a prize just for putting up signs above your bookshelf. Happy New Year. Putting not signs, that sign. Absolutely that sign. I think I've told you the story of that sign and why it looks so real. It's because some entrepreneurial storekeeper in Ouray, Colorado, realized that a bunch of objectivists were coming to town and figured he'd age a street sign for Galt's Gulch, realizing that Galt's Gulch was modeled after Ouray. And he produced a few of these signs, and I bought a couple of them. I think one's at the Institute and one I have. So it's a very cool sign. I like it a lot. And in person, it looks like rough, and it looks like a real street sign, which is cool, or a town sign because it's got the elevation. So it's a sign when you enter a town, right, in the West. That's what it looks like. Thank you, Noel. Really appreciate it. Okay, I think I've covered everybody at $100. We'll get to the $50 in a minute. Let me talk about what I think is the big philosophical move that I see happening in intellectual circles, if you will, in the United States over the last year. Which is a negative, but we'll also talk about a positive, although I think the big thrust is a negative. The big negative, I think 2024 is the year in which the rise of religion as a force among intellectuals will be remembered. Now, I can't remember if this year or was it last year that Ayaan Hirsi Ali declared herself to be basically a Christian. It was this year, 2024, that Dawkins declared himself to be a cultural Christian. And if you look at the latest Barry Weiss's publication, the Free Press, how much of it is now dedicated to, oh no, religion is viable. We need religion. If we try to explain the world, and if we try to explain human beings without religion, there's a massive hole. And only religion can fill it. Indeed, a big piece just yesterday or the day before in the Free Press was all about the new theists. The new theists. The new theists are people who are now becoming religious. These are atheists who are becoming religious, and it's a playoff of the new atheists. People who were secular 10 years ago who are now religious. So Ayaan Hirsi Ali came out with a publication this year, and I think this year will be the year where this new theism, which I think was very much launched, instigated, and inspired by, maybe it was inevitable anyway, but launched, instigated, and inspired by Jordan Peterson. And of course, Jordan Peterson came out this year with his book about what is it? Wrestling with God or something like that, which I haven't read yet. So this is the year where we took a real step intellectually backwards, big step to pre-Enlightenment era. It is the year in which the Enlightenment basically has been declared as the precursor of leftist woke subjectivism, and therefore should be discarded. And in its place, elevated this new intellectual movement, which ultimately politically culminates in Christian conservatism. 2024 is the first year in which the term Christian conservative was used openly, without any embarrassment. Not national conservatism, Christian conservatism, which is, and obviously was always the next evolution in national conservatism. The idea of Christian conservatives, we now have a vice president committed to Christian conservatism. We have a Secretary of Defense committed to Christian conservatism. And we now have an entire intellectual class, growing influence, but growing numbers of intellectuals who embrace Christian conservatism, including people who used to be champions of Enlightenment values, champions of secularism, champions of reason. Reason is out. It's out of fashion. Faith is in. It's interesting. Last year, publishers reported a 22. Last year is 2024. A 22% jump in Bible sales. So 2024 was a massive increase in Bible sales. Now the publishers explain this by attributing it to rising anxiety, search for hope, and focused marketing and designs. 22% in Bible sales. Everybody already has a Bible. And Bible sales going up by 22% is huge. And it is, again, another indication of what I think is this move towards Christian conservatism. Did I say Christian nationalism? Did I say Christian conservatism? Christian nationalism, and as a rising political movement. And rising intellectual movement, that's the scary part. So in DIM, where's DIM? I don't know. I want to see if I can find this section in DIM quickly where Leonard describes this. It's in the final chapter somewhere. Okay, here it is. No, it's not that. Let's see. Anyway, I don't know where it is exactly, or how he phrases it exactly, but he writes basically that in order for this to happen, in order for his forecast that America become a dictatorship, a nationalist, religious dictatorship, it can't happen until the Christian right develops an intellectual class, right? And he says, when he wrote this book, 2013, that has not happened yet. But here it is. Here it is today. We see it today. So it's happening before our eyes. All right, let me just see this text. All right. Let's see. Frank, thank you. So that I think is a scary movement that we have to be page 338, I'm told. Let's see, 338. I was looking around 338. It's there. When will this happen? I don't see the exact phrasing where he says it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But it's here. This is the dim hypothesis by Leonard. Ominous parallels makes the same kind of prediction for different kind of causal, but they're completely consistent. All right, Troy has just stepped in on PayPal with $500. So we now have Troy. Somebody said, "Where is Troy?" Well, Troy is on PayPal doing $500. So thank you, Troy. Really appreciate that. So yeah, we're definitely chipping away at this goal. And then Zev came in at $100 on PayPal. Thank you, Zev. So PayPal is humming along, and we're doing great. We've passed the 7,500 for the halfway mark. We're at 7,700. So only 7,200 something. Oh, and Troy is here as well. Troy's in both places at the same time. Thank you, Troy. So Troy just contributed on the super chat as well, so that we can get closer to our goal on the super chat, in addition to our more universal goal. Troy says, "Happy New Year, Yaron. Contributing 500 Australian plus 500 US via PayPal. Thanks for all your content, value for value. Really appreciate it, Troy." And of course, Troy is a constant, every month on PayPal, but also every month on the Super Chat on a regular basis, sometimes more than every month, once a month, is a constant supporter of the show. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Troy. All right, so we're now over 8,000. Over 8,000 for the super chat. We've got 7,000 left, or 6,950 left. definitely within the realm of doable. We'll see who else shows up here as we go through the next couple of hours. All right, Frank. Recently read Thomas Paine's Age of Reason for a shocking analysis of the biblical contradictions and delusions, a worthy read from a traditional deist. Yes. I mean, that's what they were doing during the Enlightenment. I mean, Thomas Paine comes at the peak Enlightenment, or the peak success, and just before the kind of move away from the Enlightenment by intellectuals. But Thomas Paine and other thinkers of the Enlightenment, one of the things they do is they show all the contradictions, all the ridiculous stuff, all the delusionary stuff that is in the Bible, that is in religion, that religion believes in, and they demolish it. And it's that attitude that leads to the establishment of the United States. It's that basis, the basis of reason, of science, but of reason, and applying reason to human affairs, applying reason to politics, applying reason. They wanted to apply it to morality. They just didn't know how. That is what made this country. And to see us reverting to a pre-Enlightenment, pre-America America is, I don't know, painful. It's a painful move, away from reason, rationality. And what it means to move away from reason and rationality is that you're moving away from freedom, away from capitalism. And to a large extent, one has to say that is what 2024 represented, because that is the rise and the increased visibility of those ideas. They've been in the background for a long time. We've talked about them on the Yaron Brook Show for a long time. But 2024 is when they came to the forefront. Ayaan Hirsi Ali and many others brought them to the forefront, brought us back, brought Christianity to front and center, if you will, front and center. And that is, as an intellectual movement, not just as a religion in the background. All right. Alex has offered to come on for the fundraising show for a few minutes and just chat a little bit and encourage you guys to support the show. But because I don't do these shows on Zoom, there's no way for me to add somebody to the feed on video, at least none that I can think of easily or quickly. I use OBS, and I don't think OBS allows for a remote feed from somewhere else to bring somebody else on, sadly. It would be fun to have Alex on to chat a little bit about what he's doing and why he values the Yaron Brook Show. Anyway, Stephen Harper, thank you. I really appreciate the support. That's another sticker. Remember, you can do stickers. You don't have to ask a question. And you can do stickers. You can do $2. You can do $5. I know a lot of you, look at people who are contributing $1,000 or $500 or $100 and think, God, I can't afford that. I can't do that. But you still want to show that you value the show. You value the Yaron Brook Show. You value what I do. Come in with $2, $5, $10, $20, whatever you can. Everything adds up. Everything helps. Everything supports what we do. It's all going to go into making the show better and making sure that we do the 300 plus shows that we are committed to doing. Okay, just on the intellectual front, and then I'm going to go back to your questions because there were a lot of them, and I worry that even in a 4-hour show, I won't be able to get all of them unless I do more of them. I want to add, and I am going to get to some positive news. I'm looking at my list of all the news stuff, and I'm going to skip most of it. We can cover it on another show. and I'm going to get to some of the good news because good news is stuff. Neo says we want Alex on. We will have Alex on. Don't worry. We'll bring Alex on at some point. I just don't have a way to bring him on now, today. In order to bring somebody on the show, I have to do the show through Zoom, which is, I could get creative here. I could get creative on the fly to make it happen. I could do a screen capture of a Zoom window. I could do a Zoom window. I could send him an address on Zoom. You guys think it's worth doing? Do you guys want to see Alex on the show? So if you want to see Alex on the show, give me a thumbs up. And we can make it happen. We can make it happen. Let's see. Just for a few minutes, right? He doesn't have a lot of time. So let me see if I can do this. One second. Let me see if I can do this. I'm told to try it. Okay, we got more thumbs up. Sorry, Andrew. Andrew says, keep it Yaron alone. But a lot of people here are saying, let's do it. I don't know if he's still available because I told him no. But let me think about this. How could we make this? How could we make this? I could start this. No, I don't want to do that. I could just start a new meeting. Yeah, do that. And then I could invite, copy invite link. And move that over here. And then, all right, give me a second so that I can do it. Okay, we've got that. And then what I have to do is here, we are going to do this. Let's see. Where is Zoom? Okay. Okay. So we've got the window capture. We're gonna keep going. If Alex joins, he'll join on that window, and we'll go to that window, and we'll do that, and that indeed will be fun to do, and technologically creative on my part, I have to say. All right, Arthur, $500, and he says, let's get Alex on the show. All right, we are definitely trying. Hopefully there won't be echoes and stuff. I'm not sure how exactly the sound will work. I think it'll work, but we'll see. Yeah, let's see what happens if Alex dials in. He said, do it in 18 minutes. Yeah, just join when you can. All right. So he said he'll join when he can. So probably in about 18 minutes. That means probably at around 4:30, right? 4:25, 4:30. All right, Arthur, thank you. Really appreciate the $500. And yep, $500, I make it happen. So thank you. And let's see. We have a Yal. All right, so yes, I'll get to Yal in a minute. I wanted to do a positive. So the positive is that you're definitely seeing a weakening of the hold of leftist ideas, call it woke, call it leftist identitarianism. Now you're seeing those same ideas rising on the right as part of this Christian nationalism. You're seeing the ideas of identitarianism, certainly as in the form of the identity of whatever the hell it means to be an American, the identity of white identitarianism. You're seeing that rise. You're seeing a certain intolerance of any kind of other ideas, which is the kind of cancel culture that we saw on the left. We're seeing that on the right. But on the left, I think those ideas are weakening. Generally, I think the crazy left is currently in a weakening phase. And, it's going to be interesting to watch and see if anything replaces it on the left. If there are better ideas on the left, if anything rises up on the left to replace it as better intellectually, or whether the left just completely fragments and falls apart, or we see a rebirth of woke and stuff with the Trump presidency, as we did in a sense in 2017 to 2020. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens to the left as DEI programs get shut down, as DEI even gets shut down at universities. I mean, the number one university for DEI that spent the most money and resources and energy and effort on DEI was Michigan, University of Michigan. And it has dismantled its DEI program. It has dismantled it now. So that is a huge, a huge defeat for the far left. And I suspect that could continue. Now, one of Freeman says Qatari money. Yeah, Qatari money continues to support the far left and will probably continue doing that. They're not going to disappear because they're entrenched in the universities. The faculty is not going to change its mind, although it might. So it's not going to disappear, but it's going to lose a lot of its intellectual and cultural cachet. At least that is my sense, and we'll see. I'm curious to see how that plays out. All right, we're going to go for some Super Chat questions, and then I want to talk about a few positives. One political, and some others, technological, and others that 2024 was exciting about. All right, let's see. Let's do $50 questions. All right, Jennifer. Jennifer's got a quote from Neil Peart from, here he goes, quote, "What you own is your own kingdom. What you do is your own glory. What you love is your own power. What you live is your own story. In your head is the answer. Let it guide you along. Let your heart be the anchor and the beat of your song." That's pretty good. I mean, he wrote some pretty cool lyrics for songs. I mean, that is good. That's inspiring. That's very much consistent with kind of my approach and your approach to life. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for sharing that. All right, let's see. We have Ryan for $50. Happy New Year. Thank you for your continued energy and inspiration for the objectivist movement community. 2025 will be amazing, politics aside. Well, maybe things will be, we will be surprised, maybe even in the areas where we think only negative things can happen. All right, let's see. Not Your Average Algorithm says, did you see Steve Bannon going after Elon Musk? Oh, yeah. He went after him brutally. The guy is a real piece of work. There could be a civil war within MAGA where the rational, educated, valuable tech bros are chased out and all we are left with are the knuckle-dragging racist brutes. Yeah, because the reality is that Musk and Vivek already capitulated on the H-1Bs, right? Musk has already said, oh, we want to raise the salaries so that only the very, very top come in, and we want to charge a fee so that they're highly motivated. And then Vivek was like, I want to scrap H-1B completely without really suggesting what he'd replace it with. So the problem with Musk, and I talked about this yesterday, I think, or the day before, Musk and Vivek is they're pragmatists. So they don't stand on principle. And yet, the Trump people stand on principle. Bannon has principles. They're bad principles, but has principles. And I think in a competition between principled and unprincipled, the principle wins. And you can see that already with Musk and Vivek giving in a lot. You saw that with the budget too. In the end, they supported something that was horrific from a budgetary perspective. So yeah, I think they fold. But I think you shouldn't conceive of MAGA as including Musk. I think Musk is outside of MAGA. And the question is, will he be ejected from the Trump circle? Will he be, will he become more MAGA? Yeah, those are the kind of questions that it's going to be interesting to see how it evolves. All right, what happened there? The feed, I lost the chat feed. There it is, it's back. Okay, let's see. That is not your average algorithm. But yeah, Banner was brutal towards Elon. He basically was trying to kick him out of the movement, kick him out of Trump's sphere of influence. And I don't know how successful he can or will be. All right, Andrew, here's the YBS 2025. A lot of work could be done connecting objectivism with psychological effects. Can you cover the essential negatives and positives in how altruism pits one against one's emotions and how egoism harmonizes one with one's emotions? I mean, yes. I mean, the fundamental is that altruism is asking you to do something that is really unnatural to a living being. Altruism is asking you to sacrifice yourself, your life, your flourishing, your happiness for others with no payback. And that creates angst. It creates conflict within human beings because we're wired, in a sense, we're alive. And there's something in, I think, every human being, at least up to a point, that wants to live. There's some people who don't, but those are the exceptions. Most people want to live. Altruism immediately contradicts that desire to live and thus creates a conflict between the fact that you want to live and to some extent thrive and be successful and your moral obligation to suffer. Think of it another way. Most of us, almost everybody, prefers pleasure to pain. Pleasure is pro-life. Pain is pro-suffering. So altruism is trying to override the pain-pleasure mechanism and encourage you to embrace pain over pleasure. Embrace death over life. And by doing that, right? By doing that, altruism is pitting you against your plain pleasure mechanism. It's pitting you against your self-interest, your life. It's pitting you against your life. And that is so destructive on so many different fronts. Egoism, on the other hand, provides you with the tools to orient your life around, if you will, pleasure. Just a deeper understanding of what pleasure is and a long-term understanding of how to attain it. It resolves or never presents with the kind of contradictions between what I should do and what I want to do, or what's good for me, for my life to do. It creates a consistency between life and morality. And that's a beautiful thing. And that is a healthy thing. You're not torn constantly between your life and your morality, what you should do, what you want to do. And that you can chart out all the psychological impacts of just that, Right. Let me just thinking about this. Why not tweet that Alex is going to join the show because maybe that'll get some additional people to come in about 5 minutes. Alex Epstein at Alex Epstein joining the show in 5 or so minutes. Should be fun. All right, posted that. All right. Let's see. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done there. And of course, you keep pushing me to talk about these things, even though I'm not really a psychologist and it's not my expertise, just like some you others are pushing me to talk about Kant and talk about philosophy when that's not my strength, but it's good. It gets me to push me to think in new areas and new ideas. That's a value. All right, Harper Campbell. Are you optimistic the stock market will do well over the next 4 years? Trump will keep the corporate tax cuts. Will they pass any new ones? Will we see rapid progress in AI that will create another stock market boom while Trump is in office? You know, I don't know. It's not a good idea to make stock market predictions. I really don't know. Generally, stock markets go up over periods of 4 years. Most 4-year periods, the stock market is up. The stock market is very rich right now. I've said this before. It's gone up over 20% last 2 years. Most of the rally is in a few stocks, stocks related to AI in one way or the other. So a lot of the good news, the tax cuts, are already priced into stocks. If corporate taxes are cut, the tax cut remains, that's no news. The stock market won't react to that. If they cut further, maybe there'll be a slight increase. But if they're not cut as much as the market expects, the market will be disappointed and might go down. AI progress is already priced into these AI stocks. Look, right now, AI doesn't really make much money, except for NVIDIA, except for NVIDIA. AI doesn't make money for these companies. So what's priced into their pricing right now is the idea that one day it will make them a lot of money. So the good news is priced. I'd be shocked if the stock market performed as well in the next few years as it has in the past. Now, here's an interesting fact. I just looked at the stock market today. Like the S&P 500 is up over 20%. The NASDAQ is up even more than that. But almost all of the S&P 500 gains are from a few big stocks, the tech stocks. If you look at the Russell 2000, which is a much broader measure of the market, it's only up 8% this year. So most of the stock market is not doing that great. Most of the companies in the stock market are not up a lot. And one question you should ask is, maybe that's where you should be investing, is in the stocks that haven't done that well in the last few years, whereas the stocks that have done exceptionally well, good news is priced, and maybe it's time to pivot towards what are called value stocks and away from growth stocks. Those are the kind of questions you should ask. It's not about, is there going to be rapid progress in AI? There is. The question is, what's priced? Is rapid progress in AI priced into the stock market right now? And I'd say yes. If there's disappointment on the AI front, watch out. That's the challenge that you face. And maybe now's the time to invest in non-AI stocks because they've been ignored during the latest run-up. That's how I think about these things. All right, let's see if there's any other. Yep, a couple more $50 questions. JB, what are your thoughts on Bill Maher? I think you'd make a great guest at Contributor on Real Time with Bill Maher. I like Bill Maher. He's funny. He's smart. He's wrong on a lot of things. But on a few things, he's really good. He's good on Islam. He's been good on Islam. He's good on woke. He's good on a lot of things. And I'd love to be on Bill Maher's show. They've never invited me. There was a time where I pitched myself to the Bill Maher and never got invited. Maybe something will give. I don't know. As I said, next month I'm on John Stossel's show for an hour-long interview. That'll hopefully do well. So we'll see. Oh, here's Alex. All right. Thank you, JB. Let's admit Alex. Hey, Alex. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can now.
All right, let me put you on video 1 second. There you are. All right.
Okay.
I managed the tech. I'm pretty proud of myself to be able to manage
Yeah,
all
no,
these.
it seemed like it was hopeless, and then 10 minutes later, you said we could do it.
Yep. So here we are. We're doing it. Cool. All right. So Alex has joined us. Alex.
So how's it going so far? How's the fundraising going?
All right. So depends how you count. So we've raised on the super chat close to $9,000.
Wow.
So we've got another 6,000 to go if we're going to meet our goal for the super chat. At the same time, on PayPal, like for the same purpose, same fundraiser, we've raised another $6,500. So really, if you add it all up, we've already made our $15,000 goal. But I've expanded the goal to just be 15,000 on super chat, which is going to be hard. It's going to be a challenge.
Okay. Well, there anything anyone wants to ask me that they'll pay a lot of money for. Also, I think I have myself given something like $15,000 to the show this year. So you guys can, maybe not that because I started in March or so, but.
No, I think it's 15.
Your combined net worth is more than mine. I'm sure everyone watching this show. So.
Yes. So Alex has actually given this year. That's right. Because Alex is a monthly sponsor and sponsored 3 shows, right? You sponsored the environmentalism show, the free market environmentalism show.
Yeah, and then this one, and then I sponsored some questions. I don't know exactly, but let's just say
China
on the order of
show
$12,000 or $15,000.
and the immigration show and maybe some more. So yeah, Alex by himself has done 15,000. So come on, guys, you should definitely be able to do. What do we got now? Watching right now, there are about 200 people. I think we probably had 600 people in and out of the show over the last couple of hours. But yeah, I'm committed to being here for another hour and a half. So they've got plenty of time.
All right. Well, let's. What can we talk about that's interesting?
What can we talk about? Well, I mean, everybody wants to know, what you think of the incoming administration, in particular on the energy front. I think that is where you have influence and know the people involved. So I think people would be fascinated to hear a bunch about that.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about that. So, I mean, just to be clear, in terms of influence, I think my main influence is, under Energy Talking Points, I think we create really valuable pro-freedom policies and messaging, and we create them in a lot of detail. And anyone is free to take advantage of them and to reach out to us, and people do. I mean, it's sort of the extent of it, but I think it's part of why I've been encouraging you to do some more specific policies. I just think with some ideas that really smart people have, when they make them sufficiently specific, there's a lot of power in that. I think we've gotten that on the messaging, and then in the last year, I think we've gotten really, really good on the policy. So to the point where, hey, if somebody wants to do a pro-freedom thing, we're good people to reach out to. So, in terms of the particular, so I just to be clear, like I'm never claiming like I'm not the man behind any man. I'm just a resource that I hope people take advantage of. In terms of the people involved. So I've known Chris Wright a long time. I'm a huge fan of his. Whenever anyone asked me who should be in the administration, which fortunately some people did, he was my number one recommendation. So it was really exciting that he's willing to be in government. I'm certainly not willing to be in government myself. So I was grateful that he's willing to do that. He has a lot to lose in a certain sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, he and I have been really aligned for a long time, and I think he's super smart. He knows all the issues really well. He's really pro-freedom. He's really principled. He has a history of courage in difficult situations, standing up for fossil fuels and climate rationality, running a public company. So really attacking the ESG establishment and with what's called his Bettering Human Lives report. So yeah, huge fan of his. And yeah, I think he'll do great there. One of the things that's interesting about energy, the Department of Energy, is it's very there's a big there's sort of a big, what's the word, like there's a lot of space between how you can do it well and how you can do it okay and how you can do it badly.
Hmm.
And the reason is because it's the Department of Energy. So one thing is it has an enormous amount of influence just rhetorically over the energy debate if you use it, but its domain is not most of energy. Like a huge amount of energy is in the Department of the Interior, a huge amount is under the Environmental Protection Agency, and then even agencies that are under or commissions that are under under DOE, Department of Energy, like Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, and Nuclear Regulatory Commission, NRC. DOE doesn't necessarily exercise influence over those, but it can. And so one thing I was very excited about with somebody like Chris is, hey, this is somebody who really gets it. He can use the bully pulpit. He can really encourage FERC and NRC in good directions. So that was part of my enthusiasm, that I thought he could really make the most of that position. So I think he's there. Also Doug Burgum was there, whom I know. I don't know as well, but he is, really another one of these guys, very smart guy. So he's somebody who was very successful in industry, sold his company to Microsoft for over $1 billion. He really knows energy really well, particularly for someone who it's not his background. He's in North Dakota. He's just had to deal with a lot of different kinds of issues. I thought, he'd be particularly good for Interior. So I think that was a great pick. Interior is a vast agency that has a lot of different energy things on it. And so I think you needed somebody pro energy who can sort of wrangle and manage a lot of people, which is not an easy thing to do. The previous Department of Energy, Department of Interior guy, David Bernhardt, was also an amazing guy. I don't know if he's going into the administration. He's a really brilliant guy.
Okay.
So I'm sure he'll do something good as well.
Good.
And then Lee Zeldin is the other guy. So we don't yet have any new FERC commissioners or NRC, but Lee Zeldin is EPA. So I don't know him yet, but from what I've heard, he seems very well motivated, smart, very interested in doing the right stuff. So,
Cool.
I think that area is looking, is looking really good. So I hope those guys get confirmed.
Yep. Good. So we got a few questions for you, but let's set a goal here. So we're at 9,300 right now. We should be at 10,000 before Alex leaves. I don't know. He's got 10 minutes or something. So
yeah, I should hope so. Somebody is doing a speech. Let's see, what my rates are public. So let's see, I do speeches for $27,000.
Okay.
And somebody wanted me to do a 30-minute speech. So if we take my maximum, what is that, $900 a minute or something like that? So yeah, hopefully we can do.
Yeah, you guys, we need to be able to afford Alex. So you got to kick in here.
Gotta get my cut.
That's right. So we got
By the way, if you ever go
$700.
into speaking, do not be duped by thinking that your hourly rate is what you make in an hour speaking. That's a very dangerous thing. Be happy for all of those things as gifts, but do not make your lifestyle around the idea that you get paid $10,000 or $20,000 an hour.
Yes, even at my much lower rate of speaking, I don't delude myself to thinking that that's my hourly rate. Let's see.
Especially if COVID happened. So after COVID, I made myself profitable absent speaking, because being dependent, having a public speaking business in COVID was a rough time.
Disaster, yes. Okay, so Fend Hopper says, ask Alex about the knowledge system and how it applies to more than just energy and climate science. That was my favorite takeaway from his newest book.
Okay. I mean, I talk about it a lot in the book. So, but yeah, so the idea of the knowledge system, certainly not at all specific to energy. So it's the idea of the people and institutions that we rely on for expert knowledge and guidance. And it's helpful to think of it as a system, because you have to realize that there are a lot of interrelated processes that are resulting in the output of, this is what experts think is true, and this is what experts think we should do about what's true. And if you understand, well, this is the system, it's, in a sense, it starts with like lots of different researchers, and then we have institutions and people that synthesize the research, and we have people who disseminate the research, and then we have people like politicians and commentators who evaluate research, across multiple fields. Like, you realize that this is a very important system, but that it's not automatically right by any means. And so when you're processing claims to knowledge, you can't simply say, oh, well, the experts said it, which just means you are told that experts said something. But nor should you dismiss the system as this is useless. You should try to understand how well the knowledge system is working in a given domain. If it's not working well, can you sort of interpret it in a different way? Can you find alternative people? But as in many issues, you find a kind of like almost intrinsicism and subjectivism. It's like either the knowledge system is this God that gives us the truth, or the knowledge system is bogus and just believe whatever you want. And both of those are fallacious. So in the book, I give some guidance on how to process different kinds of claims to expertise. But yeah, I know with a lot of the issues Yaron brings up, certainly with something like vaccine issues, this is something where, people have, like, the knowledge system has flaws, not nearly as many as it has in energy, but it has some flaws. But then some people are like, oh, well, I'm just going to use my alternative knowledge system and just believe this person who, like, there's no reason to believe he knows anything.
That's good. Oh, so this is related. Colleen asks $300. Thank you, Colleen. Really, really appreciate that. Okay, we're getting closer. Okay, I think we're $350 away. She says, how do you narrow down what topic you go deep on around freedom? It feels like healthcare really needs an Alex. Do you have to go into policy to make change? How do you make money doing that?
All right, this is a great question. I've recently become interested in helping others do this in a kind of, so here's the challenge I face. What I found is that, I want to see many more quote unquote Alexes in these other fields. But what I found is I can still become a much better Alex in my own field and learn a lot more. Like, I'm still way lower than my potential, and I'm learning more all the time about what I can do. And I have more and more resources. I have people on my team. So, like, I can't make it, if I make it my full-time job to kind of educate others, I'm sort of stopping my own level from increasing too much. And in 3 or 5 years, I'll know a lot more. Like, for example, 3 years ago, I knew certainly 4 years ago, I knew next to nothing about how to change policy. And now I think I know a lot. And I think in 2 years, I'll really know a lot. So I've been trying to figure out cost-effective ways to help others advance better policies. And so something like this is part of what I've been doing with Yaron show, is part of, hey, Yaron is a really good policy thinker. So I just gave him some ideas about, hey, here's a structure you might use to formulate some of your policy ideas, so that A, people might draw on Yaron more, but B, other people might be inspired by the structure on China and on immigration. Hopefully I can help with both of those things. I recently was talking to Tal at ARI, who's sort of always like asking me to do a course, and I'm always saying I can't do a course. Like, course is too much time, too much commitment. But I spent an hour coming up with, here's what I think the formula is for being an objectivist intellectual entrepreneur. I shared it with some people, and I basically said, hey, I will take if you have 5 talented people, I will talk to them each for 90 minutes. And so I've now talked to one of those people, which I think was successful. And one of the others I'm scheduled with, and the other 3 still need to do their assignments that I gave them. So I gave them some pretty ambitious prep assignments. Good. I think by the end of that, I'll have the formula more worked out. But to answer it specifically, so what was she? Policy.
Specific was healthcare, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, healthcare, but then policy and business. So the number one thing is you have to figure out how to make the ideas, in whatever form you're creating them, valuable to some consumer. And there are a couple of really good types of businesses here. One can be a kind of more of a this is what I used to do more of, like a consulting business for industry. So if you can prove that you have a way of explaining, say, the case for healthcare freedom in a way that can persuade people, well, then you can probably persuade companies that they should hire you to speak or hire you as a consultant, because then you can give them good advice. But that is really based on you proving yourself first. It doesn't work very well to be a communication consultant who doesn't have a successful track record communicating themselves, even though this is what most of them do. But believe me, it's a lot harder that way. So the hard thing is to get good. But once you get good, that is a way to create value. Of course, if you're really good, you can also just create value through, having people listen to your show and contribute in the Substack kind of model. So maybe that's the baseline kind of model. Is if you have really interesting new ideas that people find enlightening, you can probably get a decent like 100K a year. Let's just say like 50 to 150K a year doing a kind of Substack based business. And if you can do that, then you can probably leverage it into some corporate consulting. And then you could also leverage it into a more political advocacy type thing. Because if you're really good at advancing healthcare freedom, well, one way is to advise the businesses how to do it, but perhaps a better way is for you to just do it yourself with more resources and other people. So this is sort of what we've done with Talking Points is, okay, well, I was a pretty established communicator. And then we created this thing, Talking Points, which was like this very easy to use resource that would give the best policies and messaging for, companies that they could share with elected officials and staffers, but also that we would share ourselves. And that has sort of become a hybrid of corporate consulting and then also has an activist component. In fact, next year, we're going to have a new, I won't give the name yet, but we're actually going to have a more like activist thing that will actively do lobbying.
Okay.
Because I think we need I've been in this space a lot. I think we need a lobby that is just totally principled for freedom.
That's great.
And I think now we're at a stage where we can do that. I think I have a really good name, but I'm not going to say it because I don't have the domain yet.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to take it to another level where we'll have lobbyists, but they're 100% principled, which is very unusual in the world, but very powerful. So this is a lot of time, but I'd say those are the key things. But the number one thing is to figure out the value creation. And that's actually what I'm trying to work with the people on, is how to formulate your ideas in a way that is valuable so that people will do that. By the way, one other thing on this is I'm also trying to help people, I think, who are kind of interested in objectivism and promising get more into it. And so my number one person I've been working with a little bit is Hanania. Richard Hanania is a really interesting guy.
Oh, so you in touch with him?
Yeah.
That's great.
We're doing we did a podcast last week that's coming out next week where I talk about Ayn Rand for 2 hours, which I never do.
Excellent.
So I think that'll be
This is why he's quoting Ayn Rand more now.
Well, he had, we basically, I'm funding an effort. We were talking, and I like a lot of what he does.
Yep.
And I was curious about Ayn Rand, and it was just one of these topics where he was really interested in going deep, but he only has so much time and that kind of thing. So it's basically like, hey, with some funding, he could do it. I'm like, great, you're one of the most influential people already. I like where you're going. Let's have you learn about Ayn Rand. And one of the things here, by the way, is I don't have that much money, but I'm able to do it very quickly with no strings attached. So it's not like Richard has to do anything or I have any control, but it's just, I knew he was interested in it. And so with relatively modest resources, we can, and then I actually got a couple of people to help me just for fun.
Yep. Yeah. No, that explains a lot. It explains suddenly he's quoting Ayn Rand left and right on Twitter. And it came out of nowhere. So
he was doing it occasionally. Yeah. But I mean, he already had an interest. And one of the things is, and this is true, by the way, if you ever want to come work for me or something else, is it's way more promising to invest in someone who's already successful, helping them become more successful or do some specific thing, than if somebody is totally unproven. Because when they're unproven, there are so many ways to fail. When they're already good, there's a lot to work with.
That's great. That's great. All right, here's a few more questions. Let's see. Ryan says, hi, Alex. I also have tall hair. What product do you recommend? My hair product is getting too expensive, so I'm looking for alternatives. Keep working hard on freedom and energy. You
should be leveraging that hair so the product is not, I would like to know what this product is. I mean, I've never even heard of a product. I'm sure it exists. I never heard of hair product that cost, more than $20 for a month or two supply. The best thing I've used is unfortunately, it's hard to find. It's called 11 and it's blue, but they used to have a white container with blue letters and then they changed it to a blue container with white letters and then it sucked. So I'm still using off my residual supply of the 11. So if 11 is listening, which I'm sure they are, go back to the old product. I always suspect it's some environmental thing when the product becomes crappy.
Yeah.
Like my wife had these great shoes, and like by Adidas, and then she got the next version and they were terrible.
They were terrible.
And it's like 100% recycled, so she calls them trash shoes. It's like, oh, we made these from trash and they're terrible. Like there's all these products that are becoming worse because they're because they're low impact. So I suspect whenever I see anything low grade or degrade, I suspect it's the environmental movement in one way or another.
Wouldn't be surprised at all. All right, Justin, Alex, have any Canadian oil and gas companies used your consulting services or the Alberta government? It seems like the majors like CNRL and the other one, Synovus, could benefit from your guidance.
But yeah, you won't speak to any particular people who are members of our group. We have lots and lots of companies. Again, they have no influence. I mean, they can give opinions, but nobody has any editorial influence. But yeah, we have a lot of people who are part of Energy Talking Points, including a number of people in Canada. They don't always agree. Like, I don't always agree with them. They don't always agree with me. But I think Canada is really exciting right now because you really have the prospect of Polyev taking over. He's really good, really impressive guy, very good on energy, very good at messaging already, and very open to good policies. So yeah, I've been devoting quite a few resources to getting to being in a position where if a new Canadian government wants help on energy freedom stuff, we're in a position to be helpful.
That's great. All right, let's see. Paul says, he loved Fossil Future. That is not Alex. We answered. Roland says, thank you for your work, Alex. Great to hear you having influence in this crucial area. Nicholas asks, what do you think of progress in, Canadian nuclear industry? It seems like Canada is doing better than the US. I still think the US could easily turn on a dime and become a juggernaut in nuclear again.
I'm working on it, I would say. It's definitely, in my views, it's all about getting the policy right. I'd say the culture is much more pro-nuclear. I'd say Canada is definitely better than the United States. I think a lot is going to hinge on what happens with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, like who becomes appointed chairman, which we don't know yet. So I won't say publicly who I think should be, but I've my opinions on that. And then you definitely need leadership that really wants to reform the NRC to be truly pro-energy and pro-science. I would say right now it's anti-energy and anti-science in the sense of they use a whole bunch of pseudoscience, what's called linear no threshold, which is basically the idea that any amount of radiation is deadly. Like that's a sort of oversimplification versus no, there's a threshold at which it's benign or even beneficial. And if you treat it as dangerous at any level, then you're just going to impose all these massive regulations that accomplish literally zero, except for stopping safe, and clean nuclear energy. So it's very much on my radar.
So we've reached our target. We got to 10,000. So you guys came through for Alex. That's great. We got one more question. One last question. Any thoughts on companies building their own nuclear power plants because of AI needs? Private enterprise entering the electricity markets in this way is interesting.
Yeah. So by the way, I want to recommend, let's see, I have a couple of interesting interviews coming out. So one is that Hanania one, which should come out. And I think he said he's going to make it freely available. So that should be on his newsletter. So if you don't follow his newsletter, it's very interesting. So it's richardhanania.com. Mike Rowe, the Dirty Jobs guy, we did another podcast, which is coming out in the next, which was a lot of fun. And then Jordan Peterson, we did one specifically on my sort of energy plans for the United States. So, and we talked a lot about this electricity issue. So you can get more detail there. That I think is coming out in the next at least 2 weeks, maybe a week. But I would say this is a phenomenal. The increase in demand for electricity because of the whole AI data center phenomenon is a huge opportunity. And also it's perilous in terms of we might not take advantage of it, but it's a huge opportunity because we have these very large digital tech companies now totally turning on their previously poisonous energy messaging. Because before they were just saying 100% renewable, right? That's all their rhetoric. Hey, we're 100% renewable. And what they did is they literally just paid the utilities to relabel their coal and gas as renewable in exchange for money. this is called renewable energy credit. So you just take credit for somebody else's solar and wind, and then they get the blame for your coal and gas. It's just a total scam. And they could do this while electricity demand was flat. But once electricity demand is increasing, you actually have to have new energy. You can't just relabel the existing energy. And it was this and so then they just, what are they going to do? So now they start having to embrace nuclear. So their first thing is, let's embrace nuclear, like let's restart 3 Mile Island, et cetera. That's great. The issue with that is our near-term ability to expand nuclear is not all that great. Even SMRs, we don't really have even one thing. We don't even have one that's even been on the market. NuScale was the closest, even that got canceled. I forget which state it was. So the SMRs are a while away. And what does that mean? That means we need natural gas. So what you're seeing is all these companies are, yes, they're trying to do whatever they can to secure any nuclear, including paying a premium, but they're also really working on natural gas. And yet a lot of these companies endorsed an administration that essentially made new natural gas plants illegal under the EPA rules, because the EPA rules said if your if your existing coal plant or your new natural gas plant can't capture over 90% of CO2, which nobody can do at all, even non-economically, let alone economically, then it's illegal, right? So that was their brilliant power plant rule, which all these companies supported this, and they supported all these targets, and now they need more natural gas. So now this is a big opportunity for them to all join, the energy talking points, energy freedom bandwagon, perhaps without the greatest ethical credibility history. But nevertheless, I'd say welcome aboard. You guys are waking up to reality, and they're going to need natural gas. There's just no getting around a lot of new gas plants. One of the questions is going to be, this goes to your question, whoever asked the question, are they going to be on the grid or are they going to be off the grid? And a lot of them are going to be off the grid, which is going to create a lot of interesting controversy. If what you have is you have these data centers that take a lot of electricity on the grid, and then they make their own off-grid electricity, and yet they've been supporting unreliable solar and wind policies, so the grid starts to degrade, and then they compensate for that by just having their own little fiefdom of electricity. I think they're going to get even more pushback. So they should really just embrace massive electricity expansion and abundance. And that's definitely going to include natural gas, which includes then really supporting the rapid building of natural gas pipelines. And ultimately, look, we could have a domestic manufacturing renaissance in high energy manufacturing. Anything that's really high energy, we have a huge advantage with natural gas. Plus, we can export it. So it's a really exciting opportunity now that these guys are off the climate catastrophe 100% renewable.
Not just off of it, but now they're allies, right? And they bring all the money and they bring the power.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not full allies, but they're at least on this one issue. They're highly motivated.
They have to be, Elon has, to his credit, I think, not exercised any anti-energy influence on the new administration from what I've seen. Obviously didn't scuttle Chris Wright, which he could have tried to do that. I have no idea what happens behind the scenes, but certainly Chris Wright is somebody who's very pro natural gas, pro energy abundance. I haven't seen Elon exercise. Elon says he wants all the subsidies to go. Now, we're going to put out something. There are a lot of EV subsidies. So if all those go, that's a lot of subsidies. There's a lot of subsidization behind the scenes, but he's been really good. And by the way, he's using a lot of natural gas for grok. So he's getting a lot of opposition because he built something like 10 new natural gas plants for grok. So even Elon recognizes, supposedly, would know more about solar and batteries than anything. Why is he building new natural gas plants? Because you just cannot compete if you need reliable electricity quickly and cheaply. You're not just building a bunch of solar panels and batteries and hoping the sun shines enough. Let alone the cost of the batteries, you're just building natural gas plants. So we need these companies on board, and I think they can be allies. I need to start talking to them more, but I think it's much better than they were all saying, let's get off fossil fuels.
Absolutely.
Which was literally 3 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, a quick one. Did you see the American Petroleum Institute ad that played during a show called Landman?
No, and I haven't seen Landman either. So do they think it was good or not?
Jason says, I won't recommend the show to you, though there are some great clips, but it sounds like he liked the ad.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
American
Yeah,
Petroleum
I hope
Institute.
they're
Yeah.
I hope they put out some good ads. I mean, that's certainly an organization that like we try to help in any way that we can because to do better stuff because they are. I mean, they have whatever $300 million a year budget. Like and they have some really good people there. So I
Yeah.
hope
Good.
that they are
Good.
doing more like pro energy stuff, and I hope they have good ads. I mean, good ads. It's always hard to I don't know, TV ads. I think it's hard to justify that as the most effective thing in the world, but you have a TV ad budget, you might as well use
Yep.
it well. I'm not planning on running any TV ads with my budget in the near future.
Probably doesn't make sense. Well, this has been great. Really, really appreciate the support, Alex, your sponsorship, but also the spiritual support. So thank you. And really happy to see how successful you are and look forward to future successes.
Thank you. Oh, let me just say one more thing about sort of the
Yeah.
reasons for my support. So one thing, and I've told you on this, but one of my main criteria for any supporting anything financially, because I don't have as many resources as most people who give a lot of money, is like I like people who are not captured by the audience, and I feel like that's one thing that I can support. And you see a lot of people who are captured by the audience in one way or another. And you see very few people I find who can be even-handed and in a given election or whatever can say, hey, I have massive problems with both these people, and here's why. Versus like either they're just audience captured because of the people who are giving them money. So the people who give them money, they just want to feed that. So you see somebody who only says only positive things about one candidate forever because they know that they're just going to get so much pushback. I think that's really bad. But on the other hand, sometimes even if people are not audience captured, they have trouble being even-handed because they end up like taking a side and saying like, I really hate this person, so anything bad I say about the other person is somehow contradicting my cause. I feel like you probably, of anyone I've heard, have done the best job of being even-handed with praise and criticism and have the ability to say, hey, I think this person is terrible in this, and this respect, but this thing is really good. Versus, I'm not going to talk about this thing because this good thing doesn't matter because they're really bad.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that was one thing I found valuable as a listener, and then that's one of the reasons why I decided to be supportive. And if anyone else has a project like this, like, and you want support, like that's like probably my main criterion. Besides, I think it's quality.
Well, I appreciate that, and of course, appreciate the support and everything that you do, Alex. And yeah, we'll keep this partnership going and hopefully do some even bigger projects in the future together. Looking forward to that.
Awesome. All right. Happy New Year. See you
Thanks.
guys
Happy
soon.
New Year, Alex.
Bye.
All right, that was fun. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed that, and you definitely put your money where your values are, I guess. So those of you who supported Alex came through with the funding as well. So we are over $10,000. Now that means we have an hour or so to get $5,000 additional dollars. That's a lot of money. So let's see what we can do. Now, in the meantime, on PayPal, things have just blown up because let's see, where's Alexis? Alexis is here on the super chat, but he also did $1,000 on PayPal. And we also got Jacob and Claudia who did $100 each. So we're over 7,500, maybe 76 or 77. I might have lost track. 100 on PayPal. So if you add that to where we are with Super Chat, we're over 17,000, right? So we're over 17,500. Yeah, 17,500. So if we're at 17,500, then we definitely need to go to 20, right? So 20 is like a nice round number, which means of the 5,000 remaining in the Super Chat, we should at least get another 2,500, right, in the next hour. Maybe we can get the whole 5,000, and that'll be amazing. That'll be 22.5. That'll be amazing. but let's at least try to get 2,500 over the next hour or so. And thank you, Alexis. Thank you for the $1,000. I just talked to Alexis on Monday, so really, 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 really appreciate the support all year, and of course now huge value. All right, let's take. We've got a bunch of questions. Let's start with Krish, because Krish came in with 500 Australian. Happy New Year. 2024 has been a great year. Thank you for visiting Australia. I enjoyed that. That was fun. And thank you for all the great content. Love the recent individualism versus national conservatism. Yeah, that's kind of, I did that over a year ago, and I realized I never actually published the debate. And it's a really good debate. I'm thinking now, how can I recreate that debate? I know James Orr. He's at Oxford, I think. Maybe when I go to England next time, we can recreate the debate between the two of us, because I thought it was a really good debate. So I'm glad you enjoyed that one, and I'm hoping you guys, if you haven't watched it, it's up on the channel. It's individualism versus national conservatism. It's not the one I did with Yoram Chazoni years ago. This is a new one with James Orr, who is a scholar out of Oxford, I think. Maybe Cambridge? One of those two. I mean, how can you tell the difference? All right, Alexis writes, the 13th of October, 2025, we'll celebrate the 100th year anniversary of the birth of Margaret Thatcher. I just sent you $1,000 PayPal to sponsor a show about her politics, philosophy, and legacy around that date, if you do not forget by then. Well, I mean, you're going to be around to remind me. So, yeah, that's exciting. We can do that. That also gives me time to prep, because I know a little bit about Margaret Thatcher, but I don't know enough, I think, to do a whole show about her. She's fascinating because very intellectual, more intellectual than somebody like Reagan, and influenced intellectually by people like Hayek, and she comes out of a think tank. She was very, very involved with the Institute for Economic Affairs, IEA, in London. And yeah, we will do it. October 13th, 2025. I'm going to copy this, put this aside, but Alexis will also remind me. Capitalist Spy in the comments says he's going to remind me. So lots of people are going to remind me that I owe the show. And so thank you. All right, let's see. Who do we have? Eyal for 300 shekel. That's great. At the beginning of this year, I watched your 2006 lecture series, The Rise of Totalitarian Islam. Would you consider doing a show exploring how Islamic totalitarianism has developed over the past 20 years as a sort of continuation of where the series left off? That's interesting. So it left off in 2006. That's pre-ISIS. And pre the evolution of Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran and the Iranian influence, and then what is going on right now in Syria all kind of catches us up on that. Yes, I would. And here's the thing. I've actually proposed to the Peterson Academy to do a course on Islam, or on totalitarian Islam. So that would fit in with that as well. So yeah, let me also copy paste this. Of course, if anybody wants to give me $1,000 to sponsor that, that'll speed that up, and I'd do that sooner rather than later, but I will try to fit it into the schedule. That is definitely an interesting topic and something worthwhile doing. I'll have to, I think if I'm doing a topic like that, I'll have to kind of, wait a minute, let me just see, let me end this. I'll have to catch up people on the 2006 stuff, right? Because a lot of people are not taking the course. So I'll figure out how to do it right. All right, let's see. Paul gave $100, and he says, I'm a $100 plus PayPal donor, so that's a monthly donor, and I'm a YouTube Green, so he's a member. Yaron, keep doing what you do. I think you are the best best at applying objectivism. Alex, love us our fuel. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Paul, thank you. Gail, also $100. Thank you, Gail. Happy New Year, and thanks a million for inspiring and fact-filled content. Thank you, Gail. Really appreciate your support and your support throughout, in the shows through the super chat. All right, Nicholas, year in review, started the best possible engineering job, moved to a nice condo, and grew my musical career. Wow. Cheers to 2025. Hopefully another year of growth. Let's post more positive things. I like that. And that's the stuff that counts, right? The positive stuff that you do. That's what matters. Your life is what matters. All this politics stuff is background noise. It makes, it can hamper your ability to do the positives in your life. But at the end of the day, what matters is the positives in your life. Martin Anderson, 500 Swedish kroners. Happy New Year, Yaron. Thank you, Martin. Wes, a little bit extra for getting Alex on. Thank you, Wes. Really appreciate it. Wes is always good at that little extra. Appreciate that. All right, let's see. Matthew, Happy New Year. Looking forward to more YBS in 2025. Thank you, Matthew. Jacqueline Schumann, Happy New Year, Yaron. I'm finally able to listen to you live for once. See you next week in the Bay Area. Sivan and I are working on details. Check email, will do. Thanks, Jacqueline. All right, let's see. We're going to go now to the $20. I am getting concerned. We've got 50 minutes. I've got a lot of super chats. So what I'm going to do now is run through all the super chats. Then if we still have time, or if we still, haven't raised the full amount, then I will shift. I've got tons of content that I prepared that I haven't even got to. So we'll shift to the content. And I did promise some positive content. So we'll shift to some positive content once I finish the super chats. But we are $4,800 short still of our goal. So just a quick reminder of that. And yeah, let's see. All right, Action Jackson actually asked the first super chat question before the show even started, way up top, but it was a $20 question. So this is the first $20 question. Maybe not. We've got Eddie P. Came in with 50, and he says this is his 20th super chat. Thank you, Eddie. Thanks, Yaron. You changed my thinking and made a difference in my life. Happy New Year. I appreciate you letting me know that, Eddie, and I'm glad to have had a positive influence on your thinking and on your life. That is incredibly rewarding to hear that. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Let's see. Action Jackson says, thanks for giving me lots of great work. It also thanks for all your wisdom and for providing material I learned from you regularly. Thanks, Christian, and thank you for all the work you do for me. All the short videos, the not so short videos, all the editing, the thumbnails, all the thumbnails. That's Action Jackson. So all of you who appreciate the work that he does, responsible for 700 of those 1,000 videos, in the sense that he splices them up and creates them. And then in the 300 live videos, he's the one who puts the thumbnails on them. So yeah, you all should thank Action Jackson. So thank you for all of that. Let's see, Brian, thank you, Yaron. Thanks, Brian. Andrew, Happy New Year. I think the criticism that objectivism spread is going too slow shows an impatience and or lack of understanding of how ideas spread over time. Objectivism is radical and still relatively new. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I basically agree with all of that. As you can see, when objectivism does have an impact, it can, have a exponential impact. It can have a big, big impact in a short period of time, and you can see that with Alex. Alex has been an objectivist since the, early 2000s or late 90s, but in the kind of objectivist universe or movement since the early 2000s. So that's 20 years, 22 years, 23 years. So he's, and look, within those 20 years, he's gone from joining the Institute, being a writer for the Institute, to the kind of impact he's having today, and to the point where I think at some point he will reach a point where he'll be happy with his level of knowledge of where he is and focus much more on training the next generation. I think that's going to happen. It's already happening to some extent, but I think it'll only happen more so in the future. And think about how he will help, in addition to everything the Institute does, in the way it did to help him. And then, if you remember, Alex, of course, worked at the Institute for 7 years, I think. And then all the people working at the Institute today who then get all that training and then have Alex on top of that. Just think of how to project that into 20 years into the future. I mean, that's a super exciting future. It's a super exciting future where, you know, there are many Alexes, if you will, or many people working with or for Alex. There are real force multipliers here that you know, we're getting to an inflection point where things are going to change faster. Philip, thank you for the $50 sticker. Gian, thank you for the sticker. Stephen Bishop, thanks for the sticker. Root Downs, thanks for the sticker. And I think I'm caught up on stickers. Did I thank RK? I can't remember if I thanked RK for the $50. So I thank RK for the $50. And Bread Pants. Maybe I didn't thank Bread Pants. I would have remembered. Bread Pants, thank you for the $50. That was Bread Pants' first super chat? Yep, first super chat ever. Thank you, Bread Pants. Yeah, now I think I'm caught up on the stickers. So thank you guys for all the stickers. And we are slowly but systematically chipping away. We're still $4,667 away from the 15,000 super chat goal. Still 2,167 away from the 20,000 goal. Which includes PayPal and includes Alexis's show sponsorship, which we're going to also apply to the goal here. So if anybody wants to come in with with $500 and get us close to much closer to our goal, that would be great. If you $100 contributions, $50 contributions, 20s, stickers would be great. Questions if you have them. Just Happy New Year statements are fine. And of course, you can come in with $5, $2, $10, whatever you want. Come on in, but let's keep chipping away at this. Let's see if we can make it by 6 or 6:15. Got another hour or so to see how far we can get close to a 15,000 super chat goal. All right. Let's see. Liam says, does evil destroy thought? You say evil people aren't consciously aware of what they're doing, but they must know on some level that they are undercutting the confidence people have in their own minds. Yeah, of course it destroys thought. I mean, because thought, what does thought depends on? Thought depends on facts, on reality, on engaging with reality, engaging with the facts. But what is evil? The essence of evil is evasion. So evil people evade facts. And, and they get into the habit of evading. What are they doing? They're destroying the capacity to think. They're destroying the capacity to connect with reality. They're destroying the capacity to to actually differentiate between truth and falsehood, between fact and non-fact, and they're evading their ability to hold any kind of context, because the whole point of evil is kind of the negation of context, the evasion of the necessary context. Right? So, I mean, it is definitely the case that evil destroys thought, destroys the capacity to thought. John says, John came in with $50. Happy New Year, Yaron. Thanks for all the inspiration in 2024. Thank you, John. Really appreciate it. What did I do there? All right. Yes. And then Hunter has just come in with $200. Thank you, Hunter. So again, we're chipping away at these goals. This is great. Hunter says, my wife has never watched the show, but can do a perfect impression of you based on my listening. Your influence is felt in my household. I'd like to hear her do the impression of my voice. That would be pretty funny and pretty impressive. But thank you. I hear this a lot of wives, children, kids who never seen what I look like but know my voice. That's great to know. It's great to know that my voice is getting out there into the world. That's great. All right. 4,400 to go. 4,400 to go. Let's get 400 by the time we hit the half an hour mark. So it's 5:20 here, 4:20 East Coast time. By 5:30, let's try to get another $417. So we're at 4,000 to go, which is still a huge amount. So let's see what we can do to chip away at that. Okay, Clark, is Alex Epstein more influential than you when it comes to changing the culture? I don't know. I don't know how to measure that. I don't know how to tell. Clearly, he is more influential than me on politics, on the political establishment, on the whole attitude towards energy, whole attitude. But of course, it's more than that. It's how people think about these things. So his influence is beyond just energy. But maybe I can take credit for having influence over Alex, at least in his formative years. And maybe then I can say I'm more influential because I influence the influencers. But it doesn't really matter. Alex is doing amazing work where he's doing it. I'm doing what I'm doing it. And there are a lot of other people, particularly at the Ayn Rand Institute, somebody like Ankar Gate, who's had a massive influence on Alex. I think Alex would be the first to admit it, and a massive influence on me. So but you guys don't even know, you barely know he exists. Not don't know, but barely know he exists. And yet he has a huge influence on us, and therefore he has a huge influence on the culture. So, and it's very hard to measure these things. What does exactly mean in terms of influence on the culture and how you measure it? All right, Claren just came in with his first super chat ever on a live stream, and with 130 euro. That's great. Yaron, Happy New Year, all the way from Ireland. Ireland. Sorry, my country stands on Israel. Yeah, I forgive you. I'm not gonna blame you for what some in your country do. You've been the soundtrack to my commute the past year or so. Thank you for giving me clarity on morality and capitalism. I greatly appreciate your wisdom. Thanks, Claren. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it's inspiring to hear that I'm inspiring you in all over the world, really, on your daily commutes and with your family and the things that you do on a day-to-day basis. I love this show at the end of the year, not only because I get to raise a lot of money and it's important for me, but because I get to hear a lot of these stories. A lot of people come out of the woodwork. This is Claren's first super chat, so and it's great to hear this. It's also why I love meeting you guys when I travel, because I hear a lot of these stories about how I inspire you, and that inspires me, because it's why I do what I do, right? I'm doing this to inspire you. I'm doing this to get the word out there, and that makes all the difference. Nathan, if the government doesn't have the right to prohibit 6 people from traveling from one city to another, why does it have a right to prohibit 6 people outside of the country from entering the country? Well, if you have an infectious disease, the government could have a right to restrict your movement from place to place within the country. This is what do you call it? There's not isolation, quarantine is. Now, it depends on the level of the disease, right? So, for example, if you come into the United States with the flu, nobody's going to stop you. And if you're traveling within the United States with the flu, nobody's going to stop you, because even if you infect other people, it's very unlikely to be deadly. But if you come into the country with Ebola, you're going to be stopped. And if you travel within the United States with Ebola, God, they're gonna quarantine you. Now, there are other things that might be more borderline, where you might not allow people to come in, but because they're at risk of infecting people. But people who are already in the United States, you're not going to quarantine them because, let's say, they've got AIDS or they've got hepatitis, or a variety of different, where it's not easy to catch, but you want to minimize the risk of violating other people's rights through their behavior. And if they're already in the United States, then you encourage them not to violate other people's rights through their behavior. And if they do violate them, you penalize them. And if somebody's from out of the country, you stop them. Now, look, as I said before, as I said in yesterday's show, in an ideal society, borders would be a lot more open than I suggested yesterday. What I suggested yesterday is something that I think could be implemented today, would be implemented now. So that is the difference. Okay, let me see. Jacob says he attached a question with his $100 PayPal. Let me just see if I can find the question. Okay, there it is. Okay. He says, I am looking to develop 3 or 4 high-quality friendships, as that is something I lack. As someone who's introvert, loves manufacturing, problem solving, like a good wine, is trying to learn Italian, and is philosophically inclined, how would you suggest I put myself in situations to develop a good friendship? Coffee shops? God. It's a great question. I don't know that I have a good answer. I mean, I would say come to OCON, to the Objectives conferences. Go to meetups, Objectivist meetups. I don't know where you live, Jacob, but find places in which you increase the likelihood to encounter people who share your philosophical ideas, or go to places where you can actively engage with people. Coffee shop is too passive. Wanda Freeman suggests Toastmasters. I think Toastmasters is a good idea. Jennifer suggests a wine club. I think that's a good idea. If you're learning Italian, is there like a class where people are learning Italian that you can attend? And of course, again, Objectives conferences because of the philosophically inclined. Book clubs. So find places that are more activity-oriented rather than something like a coffee shop, which is passive. Where I don't know, people are not expecting to meet other people. They're not going there to meet other people. You're not going there. So that's how I would orient it towards activities. All right, I'll just say the challenge was before 5:30 my time to get below 4,000 with $240 away to make that happen. So if anybody has the ability, the willingness to give 200, to do 240 right now, now's the time to do it. $200 to $300, so we can achieve that particular goal of getting under. Let me see if I can find Jacob's other question. That was the question attached to the $100. Let's see if I can find his question attached to his $50 contribution. I don't quite see it. Let's see, activity. I'm going to look for it. In the meantime, somebody come up with a $300 contribution. Maybe somebody can do that. Yeah, I don't see the 50, Jacob. So I'm not sure how to get to it, to the question. I see let's see if this one is it. No. So I only see $100 PayPal. All right, let me get back to the super chats, and because we are also running out of time here, and there's still a lot of questions. I might be here for a lot longer than I expected. That's okay. You guys have earned it, right? Make me work. You've earned me working more. Let's see. JB, is there a moral case against moving our consciousness into artificial bodies or computers? Could this increase or decrease our happiness as humans? Would this change our morals? I don't think so. First of all, I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's metaphysically possible, although who knows. But I don't think it's metaphysically possible. But even if it was, I don't see why it would change anything. It wouldn't make you an immortal robot, because you could still die. You could still destroy that computer. That computer could still be destroyed. I assume the computer would be a robot. You could move around. You could do stuff. It's interesting whether pain and pleasure would still function. She'd have to think it through in terms of pain and pleasure and other things. But overall, I don't see why it would have that effect. No. So change anything fundamental. Because you're still living, you're still alive, and that's what matters, right? That's why, by the way, I don't think that's possible, because I don't think a computer is alive. So I don't know how you could match a consciousness that requires life to a machine that is not alive. I don't think that's doable. Lewis just came in with $200 right under the wire. We're $26 short, so somebody should just do $26 to get us to the 44,000, so we can wrap it. You know, we can meet the goal, even though the goal is somewhat artificial. If you were Elon Musk, Lewis says, would you make Mars an independent territory or the 51st state of the United States? And why did America not claim the moon for themselves? I would definitely make it an independent state. I think you could do a lot better than the United States. I think I would establish a constitution that was somewhat based on the U.S. Constitution, but better, improved, and declare it a separate thing. Why did the U.S. not stake out the moon? Because it doesn't have the self-esteem, the self-confidence to do so. That would seem arrogant. Indeed, the United States is a signatory to a treaty that basically makes space. It says space cannot be, planets, new planets discovered, not discovered, but landed on, colonized, cannot be associated with any particular state. It's not clear if that leaves open the possibility of them being associated with a new country. So I would definitely try to start a new country. Definitely start. I mean, you could do better. You could do better than the U.S. Why shackle yourself? Plus, you're so far away. It doesn't make sense to be a state in a federation that's so far away, unless you invent some kind of warp speed mechanism. So absolutely an independent state. Okay, thank you, Lewis. Let's see, Scott did 99.99 pounds. So thank you, Scott. Happy New Year, Yaron. Thank you for the public speaking training this year in Amsterdam. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. And at ARU, I learned a ton. Here's to an exciting 2025. Thank you, Scott. I'm looking forward to 2025 as well. And as I said to everybody, if you guys are interested in more public speaking seminars and more public speaking seminars, just let me know, and I will do them. Let's see. I can't remember if I thanked these people. Dr. Claudia Height for $100 on PayPal. Thank you. Melanie for $50 on PayPal. Thank you. Michael Senquist, $500 on PayPal, and Estelle for $25. Thank you, guys. Really, really appreciate that. I don't know where that brings us up. I've lost count of where that brings us to on PayPal, but I think That puts us over 8,000. You know, clearly we've way exceeded the $15,000 goal if we combined both the Super Chat and the PayPal. But we are going to continue going because we've got a lot of questions to answer. And as long as we've got questions to answer, there's opportunities for you guys to continue to chip away and try to get us as close as we can to the 15,000 Super Chat goal, which is insane given how much money we've already raised on PayPal. This is great. All right, Michael. Michael, who like is the most consistent asker of Super Chat questions, and I don't know how much money he puts in every year into the Super Chat. So thank you, Michael. Is the media and everything else about reinforcing the negative? Because we live in a Kantian nihilistic culture. Bizarre how the philosophy hasn't caught up with the technology. I don't know. But there's no question that the culture supports, promotes, enforces negatives. I think that's partially because of Kant. Whether you could call our culture nihilistic, I don't think so. I don't think you can have a culture that is as good as our culture is, and it's got so many good things in it, to say it's completely nihilistic. But certainly bad ideas lead to lack of self-esteem, lead to people wanting a reinforcement for their negative view of the world. And I think that's what the bad news does. Mark, did you get the funding for the healthcare show yet? I did. On Saturday, we're doing it. JB, the alignment problem. If we can't figure out how to align AI and AGI to human values, which is currently the case, is there a moral case to regulate or even ban it? Or should we roll the dice and hope it works out? Look, I really don't think there is such a thing as AGI. And I really don't think there is such a thing as a conscious, intelligent computer. I don't think they're intelligent, and I know they're not conscious. They're not intelligent in the sense of human beings. And I don't understand the problem in aligning the values. So I see a lot of fear and scaremongering, which I guess I don't really understand. I suspect there's a lot less to worry about than maybe people think. But I don't think. I mean, look, here's the answer ultimately. If there's a real provable threat to individual rights, to the lives of people, right? If there's a real provable threat from AGI and AI, then yes, the government has a role. To the extent that AGI is dangerous, to the extent that AGI in some way or another can turn and start killing people, can turn and start controlling human beings, and in that sense violating rights, then yes, the government has a role in helping control, regulate, however you want to call it. That's the job of government, protect us from rights violation. If AGI is a rights violator, potentially, a real potential, not a science fiction hypothetical, but real, if it can be shown, then the government should definitely intervene through regulations. Richard, have you seen the movie Juror Number 2? If so, what do you think of it? I have not. Is it worth seeing, Richard, is the question, but I have not. Let's see, with 3,816 short of the 15,000, we said 12,500. That would be $1,300. So while I'm answering these questions, please consider chipping away at that. Cassandra, Happy New Year, Yaron. Thank you for being my amazing teacher for the oral communications class at ARU. My pleasure. Really enjoyed having you as a student, Cassandra. Michael, have you ever analyzed Ronald Reagan's 1984 re-election landslide, where he won 49 out of 50 states? Trump didn't come close to what Reagan achieved. Why haven't the Republicans learned that this freedom message is what worked? The problem is the Republicans don't believe in the freedom message, and the Republicans, and it's not clear that a freedom message will work today. It worked in 1984 partially because Ronald Reagan had been so successful from 80 to 84. For example, in 82, it wouldn't have worked. He was very unpopular. But over the 2 years from 82 to 84, the economy took off, and Ronald Reagan's kind of optimistic, positive vision of the world kind of rubbed off on Americans, and it made a huge difference. So, you know, you have to have ideas to have a positive message, a freedom message. And the current crop of Republicans don't have those ideas. They just don't have it. Rafael, just super chatting because of your nice shirt. Happy New Year, Yaron. Thank you, Rafael. I appreciate that. Andrew, why is objectivism critical to curing the mind-body split suffered by so many? Because pretty much every other philosophy argues for mind-body split, and maybe at the root of that, again, is religion, Christianity in particular, which is very much mind-body. You can see that in Augustine. And you need a philosophy to combat that. You need intellectual arguments against that. And really, objectivism is the only one that has an integrated system of thought that opposes exactly that. Andrew also asked for $50. Thank you, Andrew. I think in a deep sense that others are irrelevant to a benevolent universe premise. It's a meta view of oneself and reality, and that reality is based on causality and auspicious towards values, and that no matter others, irrationality, justice matters. Yes, and that rationality and reason matters, and rationality and reason are individual characteristics. They're your characteristics. They're about you. So yes, absolutely agree with you. Robert, 2024 was the year I added monthly support for YBS, which include participating in the AMA episodes, to the fun I already have super chatting. And I heartily encourage all of you, other selfish bastards like me, to do the same. And I will second that. Please, please, please become supporters of the Yaron Brook Show on a monthly basis. It really, really helps predictability. It helps me to be able to plan and know what income is going to be. So please consider doing even a small monthly contribution. You can do it on PayPal, but you can also do it on Patreon. Patreon is easier, and it's easier to change the amounts. It's easier to shift. It's easier to cancel, to renew. So please consider doing that on Patreon. Thank you, Robert, for the plug. Really appreciate your support. B2 Brawler, can you clarify a point you made yesterday? You said it should take 20 to 25 years for a visa holder to be an eligible citizen. This seems long. Is this just a compromise in the mixed system? Yeah, it is, but it reflects two things. One, being a citizen is not that important. Voting is not that important. I don't consider voting an important thing. And one of the primary aspects of voting is, one of the primary aspects of citizenship is voting. Because once you're in America, you're working in America, you're legally a citizen of America, not a citizen, but you're legally in America, then at that point, you are, your rights are protected. Now, there's certain things citizens have more than you do. We can get into that at some show. But they're not big things. So being a citizen is not that big of a deal, because voting is not that big of a deal, and that's one of the biggest benefits of citizenship. So, you know, because people make a big deal out of, but they'll vote Democratic, or they'll vote socialism, or they'll ruin the culture through their voting. Okay, so let's give them a long time to assimilate, a long time to change their mind, a long time to leave, and only then make them citizens. But that's why I even are willing to concede that first-generation immigrants never become citizens. I'm fine with that. I don't care, because I don't think citizenship matters that much. What matters is the ability to live in America and to produce in America. and to enjoy the benefit of a career in America. That's the real values. All right, Sivan, thank you. $100. Happy New Year, and thanks for all that you do from 2 generations of Steinheim. So this is him and the kids and the wife, I assume. So the whole family, really appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you next week. Yasser, Happy New Year. This is 60 euros. Thank you, Yasser. I'm Belgium and currently dating an Iranian girl who fled Iran 4 years ago. Do you have any dating advice? Get her to read Ayn Rand. I mean, introduce her to Ayn Rand. Unfortunately, can't read in Farsi, but hopefully she speaks English, reads in English. Introduce her to these ideas in whatever way you can. But the most important thing is live the ideas. What are the dating advice? God, I don't know that I have dating advice per se, qua dating. I did it a very, very long time ago and haven't really done any dating for a long, long, long time, from before most of you were born. Let me think if there's anything else. Yeah, I mean, introduce her to your values. And, find values that you share, but also don't be afraid to push the envelope and introduce new values. And, encourage her to introduce you to new values, to new things, to new experiences. So one of the things that really bonds people when they date and when they're married and so on is the sharing of experiences and the sharing of values and the pursuit of new things. So I encourage all of that. Hopefully that helps. Yes, sir. Thank you for the support. I'm curious. So he's Belgium, dating anyway. Yep, that's great. And it's great to hear about Iranians escaping Iran. That's always good to hear. Charles, hi, Yaron. Thanks for the content that you create, and your analysis of the election was very helpful for me. Do you play any sports currently for fun? I do not. I have a bad back, so I've tried to. I like playing tennis, but every time I've tried to play tennis again, my back goes out. So I gave it up, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years ago. So I don't play any sports because of my back, but I exercise, and I'm happy with that. And I kind of enjoy the exercise. Don't tell my trainer, because I complain bitterly to him, but I enjoy the exercise. So that's the sports I do. But I loved sports when I could do them. B2 Brawler, Malice and Kaplan make a point in your debates with them that Gulch represented in an anarcho-capitalist society. You conceded that to Kaplan. Can you clarify that concession? Isn't the Gulch just transitory, or does it matter? I don't think I conceded it to Kaplan, and if I did, that was a huge mistake. I shouldn't have conceded it. It's true that the Gulch doesn't have a government, but the Gulch is not a country. It's not a political entity. It is a private club. That's how Ayn Rand viewed it. A group of people with highly shared, almost unanimously shared values, separating themselves from the rest of society in a particular context and in a novel. Cook, Happy New Year, Yaron, and thank you for all the quality content this year. Do you know of any good books about the history of immigration in the United States or books about modern conservative movement? I do not about immigration. I would encourage you to contact Augustina for that. She would know. And then with regard to modern conservative movement, I think there are a lot of books out there about it. I don't have any one in particular that I could recommend, but there are quite a few. And I'm certainly not an expert on that. I would have to go back and read. I am a contributor to a book on the modern conservative movement. I don't know if I have it here. And I can't remember its name. But I have an essay in it. I wonder where it is. I'm looking at my bookshelf just to see if it's there. I don't know where it is. I'll have to find it. But I did contribute a chapter to a book on the modern conservative movement a long time ago. All right, let's see. We're chipping away 3,654. So 1,100 from 2,500, right? 1,100 away. Not sure we'll make it, but I'm super happy given how much we've raised on PayPal. It still would be cool. All right, Jason, I had a typo yesterday. They shouldn't claim they can make government efficient if they can't vet immigration properly, prevent them from taking public benefits, or address half the things you mentioned on the show yesterday. I agree. I agree completely. Equal to reality. Happy New Year. In 5.5 hours, it's 7:34 here. That must be in Europe's, well, it's in the UK, British pounds. Thank you. Appreciate that. Enric, our company town, for example, the ones Henry Ford set up in Disney, Epcot, correct and moral under capitalism? Sure. Absolutely. They might not always be just in the way people are compensated, and there are some examples in history where people were treated unjustly in these company towns. But the essential, creating a company town, there's nothing immoral about that. Michael says, what do you think of representation in movies and TV shows? Is it a value to people to see some part of themselves represented? No, I don't think so. I really don't. I think what needs to be represented is moral character. What needs to be represented are ideas. And I don't think, and I think character should be able to play any race. I don't think it's important what race. So I'm all for, if I thought, what's his name, would make a great James Bond. The British black actor who played in The Wire, I forget his name, played in Luther, would have made a great James Bond. I don't care about skin color. I don't care about any representation. What matters is the representation of character, of values. Idris Elba. I really like Idris Elba. I think he's a great actor. I think he exudes a James Bond-like confidence on screen, particularly when he was a little younger. I think he could have played that. I think Denzel Washington could have been a great James Bond. So, but I don't think I would do it because they're black in order to have a representational, right? I love Denzel. I think he's the best actor, maybe the best actor of his generation of actors. Dan, you're on HNY, best show on YouTube. Thinking a show with your highest contributors would be good. You mean a private show just with the highest contributors? I'll see how to make that happen. Part of the problem is I don't have a mechanism by which to aggregate what people give on Super Chat. I actually was going to ask YouTube about that. I need to talk to YouTube about providing me with some kind of list of my biggest contributors on Super Chat every year. And then that would make it possible. Michael, should you check your kids' grades when they go to college? Did you check your kids' grades? Yeah, if you're paying for it, yes. But not if you're not paying for it. If they're paying for it themselves, then no. So it depends on your arrangement with the kids. I don't think there's one standard answer for it. But yes, if you're paying for it. If you're paying for it, you should expect standards. Simon, best wishes for a Happy New Year. Thank you, Simon. Really appreciate it. Andrew again. Whoa, Andrew's asked a lot of questions today. It's a lot of Super Chat money. That's great. In broad abstract terms, the split of reason from reality of Kantianism had to lead to theocracy. Can you trace the steps in between? Oh, God, Andrew. What are you doing to me? It's 4 hours into the show. I'm losing my voice. And you want me to trace? Yeah, I mean, once you give up on reason, because it's detached from reality, then reason becomes non-efficacious, the opposite of what it really is. It becomes a failed strategy. You need to go somewhere for guidance, truth. Well, what's left? If not reason, then emotion. But you don't want to rely just on your emotion, because that's momentarily right now. Momentarily and right now, and hard to generalize from. So you're looking for a greater emotion, right? So you go for religion, which is the ultimate emotionalistic source of knowledge. All right. God, some of you have stuck with me for 4 hours. Pretty amazing, guys. Jacob, I finally got your $50 question. All right. Technical issues. What are your thoughts on morality of being cleared on criminal charges for a crime, but having civil liabilities that could bankrupt a person and take away their entire net worth? It seems like a miscarriage of justice. Yeah, I mean, there's something wrong there. On the other hand, I really like that happened to O.J. Simpson because he deserved it, because he was really guilty. So I don't know how to. I don't know. It seems like you're right that it's a miscarriage of justice, that you're guilty in one format and not the other because of the standard of guilt are different. It seems like double jeopardy in some sense. Good question to ask one of our legal scholars when I have them on. So, think about asking that question again when one of our legal scholars are on. That would be good. I'm curious to see what they would say. All right, let's see. Where are we? J-Dog. Estonian police plan to catch speeders by recording cards at 2 points and calculating the average speeds. I think a number of countries do that already. Sparking privacy concerns about tracking habits and visited locations. Thoughts on public surveillance, correct implementation. I don't like the automatic speed test. I think there is a potential violation there of kind of privacy. What would it look like in a private setting? Could on a private road, could somebody set that up? Could the police force, the enforcement agency of the private road, be able to set that up? Yes. Because you by entering the road, you accept certain conditions that are related. So I don't like government doing it, but in a laissez-faire capitalist economy where roads are private, I think that would actually exist. It would happen. All right, Stephanie's telling me to drink. I think she's right. Okay, Philip. Is the optimal makeup of the U.S. Congress and presidency Democrat for president and Senate and control the Supreme Court nominations, limiting Christian nationalists and Republicans for House representatives to limit spending? Yeah, maybe. I mean, given the world we live in today, that probably is true. That's probably the best. But, if you had a Republican better than Trump who would appoint Chris Wright as energy secretary without being Trump and without the downside of Trump, and a Democratic Senate and a Republican Congress, maybe that is better. But then it would have to be non-Trump. Larry, thank you for the $20. Really, really appreciate that. And I still owe you a book review, and it's back of my mind. And I've started. I just need to find the chunk of time and finish the book. Mind span wellness. Any rational sequence of step one can take what? Let me redo this. Okay. Any rational sequence of steps one can take to become a professional independent intellectual, like you and Alex. I lost interest in academia for many reasons, but my lifelong passion is to seek, discuss, share knowledge and ideas. I think the number one step you should take is enroll in the Ayn Rand University and take those classes, engage with those intellectuals, engage in those discussions, gain access to the graduate level training that our intellectuals go through in order to become intellectuals, professional intellectuals like myself and Alex. So that to me is the number one thing you should do. Ayn Rand University. And as a path to there, apply for a scholarship to the Ayn Rand conference in Austin that is happening in late February. And to do that, you can go to aynrand.org/start here. Robert, Happy New Year from Robin and Amy, and a shout out to any East Coasters and anyone else who'll be awake at midnight Eastern Time. Amy and I will be live tonight to celebrate what's going to be your best year ever. Excellent. Thank you, Robert. Matt, Happy New Year, Yaron. Thank you for all your highly valued work and being a huge source of knowledge and inspiration for young people like me. You set a much-needed example of what a living a rationally self-interested life looks like. Thank you, Matt. Really, really appreciate it. Again, this is what keeps the energy up. All right, we've got 3,492 left to make the 15,000. 3,492.